All right, hey everybody, how we doing out there? Great to have you joining me. I appreciate you joining me for this special emergency edition this morning. We've got a lot happening. Let's see here. Okay, so I got to figure this out really fast because as we start to let people trickle in here, I've got to just fix a quick audio thing. Hey, thank you, Lady Ann. I appreciate it. Thanks, Sue. Appreciate you being here. Thanks, Lisa. Here it is. I found out what's happening. Okay, there we are. I had another window open playing the live stream, and I was like, why am I getting an echo in my voice? All right, great to have you guys here. Giovanni, what's going on? Lady Ann, everyone here. We got breaking news. Obviously, as you guys know, if you're like me, you woke up this morning and just were shocked at the news about the capture of Nicolás Maduro, the Venezuelan president, by U.S. military forces. Apparently, it was a U.S. Special Forces raid by the Delta Force with Marines in support, and we're gonna get right into that and cover everything. But I've already put a poll in the chat to see what you guys think about this right now. It looks like overwhelming right now. People are saying it is not a good move. Was this a good strategic move for the U.S.? That is the poll question. And we are going to get into this. So as people start to trickle in, if you're just joining us right now and you're seeing this live, obviously you're seeing the breaking news, a lot of you, that the U.S. has, in fact, President Trump ordered the capture of Nicolás Maduro by U.S. Special Forces with Marines in support, from what I'm gathering right now. And it was a raid on his home, his compound. And I don't know about the casualties on the Venezuelan side. I do know U.S., from what I've heard, we haven't lost anybody. A few people were banged up in it, possibly shot, possibly injured or wounded. We're not sure. It's not clear yet. But over 100 aircraft were involved, and we're going to get right into it here, okay? So I'm going to play this first video for you guys, get an idea of what exactly happened. And so here we go. This is an outside view from the Times of India, actually. So you can see what they say here. What the Venezuelan people said, the Marines have arrived. Okay, U.S. Marines have arrived. So let's get this perspective and watch a little bit of this.
In the early hours of Saturday morning, Venezuela's capital was rocked by explosions. And now U.S. officials are confirming a major escalation. According to CBS News, U.S. President Donald Trump ordered strikes on sites inside Venezuela, including military facilities, as Washington sharply intensified its campaign against the government of President Nicolás Maduro. Sources tell CBS News the Trump administration is aware of reports of explosions and aircraft over Caracas. But as of now, there has been no official public comment from the...
So obviously this is as things were playing out last night in real time, or early this morning, okay? That this report came out early this morning, probably before any of us were awake, unless you were working, okay? And you know, this is the perspective that there was something going on. No one knew what was happening. The White House admitted that they knew about the reports of explosions over Caracas, but again, no one realized what was going on, what was happening. Okay, so let's continue to watch this as people start to trickle in.
White House. On the ground, the situation appears chaotic. Eyewitness videos and journalist reports describe missile-like strikes, low-flying aircraft, and power outages across parts of the capital. Colombia's president, Gustavo Petro, issued an urgent warning to the world. He said, "Right now, they are bombing Caracas. They are bombing with missiles. The OAS and the UN must meet immediately." The U.S. military has acknowledged reports of explosions in Caracas, but a Pentagon spokesperson refused to confirm or deny any American involvement, according to the New York Times. Witnesses reported activity at least 6 sites, including areas near Fort Tiuna Army Base, La Carota Air Base, the 23 de Enero neighborhood, and in the vicinity of Miraflores Palace, the presidential residence. Venezuelan Defense Minister Diosdado Cabello's home at Fort Tiuna Base was reported.
Okay, so if anyone's wondering too, I think a lot of you know this already. We have a really smart chat. I know that. And RT is actually Russia Times. It's a Russian-run news station. So if you see the RT timestamp on there, the RT watermark on that video, it's from Russia Times, RT, okay? So that's definitely more of a agency, a news agency that is supportive of the Russian regime, of Putin's regime, okay? And so they're going to have that type of bias, but let's keep watching this because this is actually giving us some good idea of what it was like before. As you all know, and if you don't know yet, okay, if you're just joining us, the U.S. has captured Nicolás Maduro, the Venezuelan president, okay, and in a early morning raid on his residence in Caracas. And we're going to go over the tactical portions of the raid, just what happened. That's why we're walking this to earlier this morning to see what was on the ground, what actually some video from on the ground in Caracas, what it looked like, what people were thinking, what the news agencies were reporting. And then we're going to walk it through the tactical actions that were on the ground, discuss that for a bit, do a little Q&A. And then we're going to go ahead and we're going to do a deep dive into what President Trump talked about, the Q&A that he did after his speech on his speech on what happened from Mar-a-Lago, and then also Secretary Hegseth as well, and Marco Rubio also spoke as well. And so we're going to deep dive into that and then get the reactions from around the world, from Russia, from China, from the international community, what people are saying. We're already seeing some of that right now in this video. So let's keep on going. Again, there's a poll right now that's up, and do you think this is a good strategic move for the United States? I've got right now 9 votes. I've got a lot more people watching, so please vote. I want to get an idea of what people think. And again, let's keep our chat supportive and have, we can debate and we can have good discussions. But let's keep it all above the belt and nobody get toxic or crazy in there. Let's just have a good discussion. We can learn together, like I said, grow together, and try to get a clear picture of what happened, why it happened. And if you were with us last week on Friday, I actually covered the U.S. national security strategy last Friday. And I'm going to ask you guys later, too, is this in keeping with the U.S. national security strategy that we talked about last week? And apparently, right now, from what I'm seeing, this is in keeping with exactly what the Trump strategy, the 2025 national security strategy said. And so let's keep on going here. Let's watch a little more.
Reportedly hit by shelling. Meanwhile, unverified footage circulating online shows Venezuelan forces detaining residents near the presidential palace as armored vehicles and tanks reportedly move toward the seat of power. In other videos, still unconfirmed, locals are heard screaming, "The Marines! The Marines have arrived!" Additional footage claims to show American forces storming Venezuelan ports and what appears to be U.S. Air Force strikes on Venezuelan army bases.
I believe that a few minutes before 2 a.m., at least in the part of Caracas where I live, which is downtown Caracas, the electricity went down and immediately explosions and aircraft noise was, I hear that. A few minutes later, I managed to dress up and go outside, and we have been reporting live since that moment.
As the videos spread, Caracas remains tense and the international community scrambling to respond. This would mark the most direct U.S. military action on Venezuelan soil in decades, following months of threats, naval deployments, and strikes tied to alleged drug trafficking networks.
It's just past 3 a.m.
Okay, so we get a good look here at what time all this happened, okay? Because again, if you're just joining us right now, we're talking about obviously the capture of President Nicolás Maduro. And one of the things is if you saw this on the news, what we're seeing right now is, President Trump speaking, Secretary Hegseth, Marco Rubio, but there's so much information out there. And I wanted to walk this all the way back to 3 a.m. You can see this morning, 3 a.m. in Caracas. This was happening when many of us were asleep. And so to get an idea of what it was like there on the ground, and then we're going to walk through the tactical actions. We're going to discuss, we're going to deep dive into what President Trump's comments were on this and also other U.S. officials, and then go through the international community's reaction as well, too, from the Russians, what they had to say. Pretty strong reaction from the Russians, and then also what the Chinese had to say and the rest of the international community as well, too. Okay, so again, I've got a poll up right now, and so if you haven't voted yet, vote in the poll. I'd like to see what you guys think about that, okay, and get an idea, because there's a lot. Definitely, I want to get the reaction from everyone on this poll, okay? So we're going to watch a little bit more of this just as we get going.
Caracas, the Venezuelan capital. It's been about half an hour since we heard the latest explosions. That neighborhood of the city is now without power. That is an entire neighborhood of the city. We're still hearing drones, American jets in the air, presumably American jets in the air over the city. They're circling.
Okay. So again, we get an idea of what was happening on the ground in Caracas at 3 a.m. when this happened. And again, if you're just joining us, we're talking about what happened. President Nicolás Maduro has been captured by the U.S. military, by U.S. Special Forces raid. And we're going to discuss what happened on the ground there, how it happened, and then deep dive into what President Trump's comments on this were, talk about the U.S. strategy, talk about the international reaction as well, too, from Russia, China, and around the world. But I'll tell you right now, there are a lot of people have to be thinking, oh my God, they have to be thinking, wow, this is crazy, okay? International community must be sitting there saying, how could they pull this off? This is absolutely insane that they could pull this off. And, honestly, with such deception and keeping it so secret, to go in and strike and grab President Maduro. And so right now we've got 15 votes, and I've got 60% saying no, not a good move for the U.S., 40% saying yes, it was. Okay, so just getting a good idea where everyone stands on that. Please put your vote in, and then we're going to get into this. And I want you guys right now, give me in the chat, okay, if you think that China and Russia are going to react very strongly. Like, will this lead to further conflict in Latin America? Let me ask this way. If you think this is going to lead to more conflict in Latin America, put a 1 in the chat, okay? Put a 1 in the chat if you think this is going to lead to more conflict in Latin America or around the world. Put a 1 in the chat if you think this is going to lead to more conflict around the world, Latin America or around the world, triggered because of this. Put a 0 if you think it won't lead to conflict, okay? So put a 1 in the chat if you think this is going to lead to more conflict around the world, triggering more conflict, and then put a 0 if you don't think so. Okay, I want to just get everyone's pulse on this and what you think. All right. I see a lot of 1s going to lead to more conflict around the world. Jayburn, I see that. Ben, world's coming down hard on this. Yep, they are, and I'm going to cover that. We're going to cover that world reaction coming soon, okay? We're going to walk back from what exactly happened, then go all the way through to the tactical actions, President Trump's comments, U.S. officials' comments, Secretary Hegseth, Secretary Rubio, and then we're going to talk about the Russian reaction, the Chinese reaction, and then the global reaction as well, too. Okay, and I've got a lot of people got to give some shout-outs to really fast, though, too. See who's in the chat here. I got Tim Burke in the chat. What's up, man? Sound like Venezuelans in Florida are celebrating the move. Yep, there are a lot of celebrations for sure, and there's also some people not celebrating. But Tim, you're right. There are a lot of celebrations from what I saw as well. But we're gonna look through everything and see what we got. La Diamond Dog, what's going on? Sue, Giovanni, Sue, good to have you here. Lord Luis, Lady Ann, Tim Burke, of course. Let's see who else we got here. Jay Byrne, Unsecure Signal, what's going on? Good to have you. Bishop, how you doing? Puerto Rican Pecan, how you doing? Good to have all you guys here. Okay, So again, if you're just joining us, we're talking about the capture of Nicolás Maduro, the president of Venezuela, in an early morning pre-dawn raid, a 3 a.m., 2 a.m. time frame. As you just saw in the video we had playing by the U.S. Delta Force, U.S. Special Operations Detachment, okay, Special Operations from JSOC, Delta Force, went into this raid. Very precise, supported by U.S. Marines as well, too. And obviously, other special operations elements were involved, no doubt about it. And the U.S. Navy and the U.S. Air Force and the U.S. Coast Guard, the DEA. You saw there, if you haven't seen it, we're going to show you a picture of that. President Maduro, Nicolás Maduro, being escorted out by a Delta Force member whose face is blacked out, and then a DEA agent as well, wearing his DEA patch. So let's go ahead. And I see a lot of ones, a lot of people in the audience saying this is going to lead to more conflict. This is going to trigger more conflict. I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 6 ones, 7 ones, 2 zeros. 2 people saying that this will not lead to more. D. Paris saying this will not lead to more conflict. Okay, we shall see. But it's good to get a pulse from where everyone's at. If you haven't voted in the poll yet, again, the question is, was this a good strategic move for the U.S.? 42% saying yes, 58% saying no. And I'll close that out in about a minute. But I've got another video for you guys right here. Again, don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. I want you to share this as well, too, for anybody you think would want to get involved in the conversation and do a deep dive. Again, if you don't know about me and my background, I am a retired Marine Corps Lieutenant Colonel, Marine Raider. I commanded a Marine Raider battalion and had spent time, went to combat and commanded with the infantry, with Marine Force Recon. Spent time working in the diplomatic community as well, too. So I've got a good idea about national security strategy, military operations, things like that. So if you're new to the channel, just give you some of my credentials. So why should you listen to me about these things? I've got a decent idea. I've done precision raids myself and can give you some good commentary and some good insight on this. But again, I know we have a very smart chat, so I'm going to be listening to you guys as well, too, and see what you have to say, as always. But let's watch a little bit more of this video. We saw the Marines have arrived video. Then we're going to go next into this next video I want to share with you guys, okay? That'll paint more of a picture. Paint even more of a picture of what's going on. Okay, here we go. These are early pictures. This is an early image. Obviously, Maduro, right after capture, being on a U.S. warship at the time. He's on board the USS Iwo Jima. So currently, he is underway on this warship, heading up to either Florida or New York. I guess he's going to be tried in New York, from what I've heard so far from President Trump's comments. But we will learn more. We'll definitely learn more very soon. But let's watch this so we can get a little more of an idea of what happened and what is happening now. Okay, again, if you're just joining us, we're covering the capture of President Nicolás Maduro, the Venezuelan president, in an early morning 3 a.m. raid by the U.S. Delta Force. I'll play a little bit more of that video of what the raid looked like. I'll backtrack it a little bit for those of you just joining us so you can see what that actually looked like. But this is an image of Nicolás Maduro captured on board the USS Iwo Jima. You see this as a post from President Donald J. Trump on his Truth Social, I believe at Real Donald Trump, his social platform. And we're going to go into that right now. Here we go. And then we will also cover what happened in the raid, how this was probably carried out based on my own experiences and based on the information I have. And then we're going to talk about and discuss and examine and deep dive President Trump's comments, what they mean. Is this following his national security strategy? Which, if you were with me last Friday on my live, okay, you can go also into the archives there in my channel and see the video when I did a deep dive on the U.S. national security strategy for 2025 for the Trump administration, and where he has actually the Western Hemisphere is the #1 top priority, meaning Latin America and the United States dominating the West. We're going to talk about that, and then we're going to talk about the reaction from Russia's president, from President Putin, the Chinese reaction, and also the international reaction right now from the international community. All right, let's watch this video.
It begins with a photograph, sudden, stark, and explosive. A blindfolded man, identified by Donald Trump as Venezuelan President Nicolás Maduro, shown in U.S. custody. Minutes earlier, Trump had posted footage of a raid soundtracked to rock music, and now new reporting suggests this moment had been building for months. Donald Trump posts the first photograph of Nicolás Maduro in U.S. custody, blindfolded and silent. The image appears on Trump's Truth Social account. His caption reads, Nicolás Maduro, on board the USS Iwo Jima. No additional details, just the photo and the claim. Just minutes earlier, Trump had posted a separate video, footage of a Venezuela raid edited cinematically, set to the song Fortunate Son. The timing appears deliberate. The message is unmistakable. Now comes the backstory. According to reporting by the New York Times, CIA officers were operating in Venezuela as early as August, gathering intelligence on Maduro's movements and so-called pattern of life. The report suggests months of surveillance preceded the operation, now playing out publicly online.
The year of the horse. If we're riding, the perfect union has emerged. Tested at all times, always victorious, and at full speed.
Just a day before U.S.
Okay, so what this is showing is that the last meeting that Maduro had, actually the last meeting he had, was with a Chinese envoy. And that's what he was saying in there. You saw the kind of the irony of it is that, you know, China just had a meeting and saying the perfect harmony, perfect union, we're going to support each other, all these things. And then that evening, right after the meeting, U.S. forces captured him, went in and conducted a direct action mission and captured him. So let's watch a little bit more here.
Strikes rocked Venezuela and Nicolás Maduro was captured by American forces. China's top envoy to the region was meeting him face-to-face in Caracas. That meeting, held Friday at Miraflores Palace, is now believed to be Maduro's final engagement as Venezuela's president. Leading the Chinese delegation was Qi Xiaoqi, Beijing's special representative for Latin American and Caribbean affairs, joined by China's ambassador to Venezuela and senior officials. Maduro welcomed the envoy warmly. I thank President Xi Jinping for his brotherhood, he said, calling Xi a strong leader for the world. Standing beside him was Vice President and Oil Minister Delcy Rodriguez, a reminder that energy and economics were at the center of the talks. According to Venezuelan officials, the meeting focused on strengthening what they called a new multipolar world order, one less dependent on Washington. Caracas described its partnership with Beijing as unwavering, especially in the face of what it calls unilateral coercive measures imposed by the United States. China has not released its own official readout, but Venezuelan officials said Qi Xiaoqi reaffirmed that China and Venezuela are strategic partners to the test. But within hours, the political ground shifted dramatically. Early Saturday, the United States launched strikes across Venezuela, and Nicolás Maduro was arrested by U.S. personnel.
All right, so, and I'm going to leave this up, this part right here, okay? But this is a real shakeup, right? After China just re-strengthened its bonds with Venezuela, obviously this is the world's largest oil reserve. If you've been sticking with me in my lives over the past few weeks, okay, all the way from me being on Nate's Valhalla VFT live stream, did a show about Venezuela on there with him, to my live streams for now a few months covering Venezuela and the possible courses of action we can do. The top one that I said we could do is a decapitation type strike like this, a direct action mission to capture him, to capture Maduro, or to go in with a larger force. But what I ultimately called for was diplomacy. Okay, obviously the president didn't choose that because the thing is, we have to ask now what? Okay, now what? And that's why I'm asking all of you in the poll, now what? Should we run Venezuela? The president said we're going to run Venezuela. Okay, so what does that mean? We're going to talk about it. You don't have to get crazy right now, but I want to get the initial take. Should we be running Venezuela? And, you know, President Trump talked a lot about the oil. He talked a lot about national security for the United States. A reporter asked him, how is this America first? Okay, I don't want to give it all away. We're going to talk about that. Obviously, we're going to talk about that when we cover President Trump's remarks. But in this case, how is China going to react? If you think China is going to react very strongly. Let me ask you this. Do you think China will react militarily to this action? Will they react somehow militarily, possibly against Taiwan, possibly elsewhere, to this, to what we've done? Put a 1 in the chat if you think China will react militarily either against Taiwan or somewhere else in order to demonstrate their power to us. Because let's be honest, this is pretty damn scary for a world leader. To think that, you don't think right now Putin's like, holy shit. You don't think that President Xi is like, holy shit. Okay? And I'm telling you, the Ayatollah, you don't think that Iran's leader is like, holy shit. Everybody's saying, holy shit. He was dug in. He was in a fortress. He was expecting something to happen, and they still got him. Okay? That is how good our U.S. Special Operations Forces are. That's how good, not just our U.S. Special Operations Forces, I don't want to say that, our joint force. Because you got to get the secret squirrel, secret ninja guys there, the Delta Force or Special Forces, whoever you want to say, right? You got to get them there first, and you got to protect them, okay? And the joint force with the Navy, the Air Force, the Marines, everything we have, the CIA, all this stuff like that is incredibly, incredibly capable and competent, okay? So a lot of people around the world are saying, holy crap. And you're going to see, stick with me, because you're going to see a very, very strong reaction that I found from Putin and from Lavrov and from the Russians. The Russians, and again, the Russians like to talk crazy. And I will tell you, the Russians do some crazy talk. I'm going to play that for you in a little while. Okay, stick with me, because you're going to see the Russians do some crazy talk on this. And we're going to talk about it. And again, if you're just joining us, we're talking about the capture of President Nicolás Maduro and just what happened in the 3 a.m. time frame out in Caracas in Venezuela, where they believed the Marines had landed and were attacking Venezuela, doing kinetic strikes. It came just on the heels of a meeting between Nicolás Maduro and the Chinese envoy from President Xi, where right after they reaffirmed their ties to each other and how strong their bonds were and how all this stuff that hopefully you saw in the video a minute ago, right after they did that, U.S. Special Operations Forces stormed in, captured him, killing, I think, a lot of his entourage and his guards, his personal security detachment, taking minimal casualties, no loss of life, no loss of aircraft. And I do believe that, yes, the Marine Corps was heavily involved with getting them in, getting them out, and obviously U.S. Special Operations Forces and aircraft. Right now, this is I would say an 80% solution on what I'm telling you about. Okay, I do know that Delta Force was involved. I do know the Marines were involved. I do know the Joint Force was involved. That means all aspects of the military, but all the exact information, we're going to piece it together as we go. So we're going to talk about the actual raid a little bit more and more as we go here. Then we're going to talk about President Trump, his comments, his strategy, why he's doing what he's doing, and then talk about the international reaction. And again, specifically, we're going to talk about the Russians as well, too, because who probably feels threatened the most out of all this? Probably Putin. That's my guess, okay? Because maybe even not by us, but his own forces thinking maybe we could do that to him and get him out of there. But we're going to talk about that. I'm going to reshare this video really fast for those of you just joining us, and so we can get a flavor of what was happening in Caracas at 3 a.m. Here we go.
But again, it's been quiet for about half an hour. Before that, it was explosion after explosion, dozens of blasts targeting again the western outskirts of the city. We filmed several of those explosions. It's relatively quiet now. We aren't hearing sirens or anything such, but we know that these strikes, presumably by the United States, haven't just targeted this Caracas, but also La Guaira, for example, the coastal cities, port infrastructure, the airport that serves Caracas about 10, 15 kilometers to the north of us, about a half-hour drive, again, along the coast of Venezuela. There was no warning, neither from the United States nor from the Venezuelan government. The day before yesterday, Venezuelans were celebrating the new year yesterday.
Now, what we will see when we bring up President Trump's comments, okay, when he speaks from Mar-a-Lago to the press, is that he actually called President Maduro and said, you got to surrender. You got to surrender. You need to go away. You need to find a solution, okay? Apparently, this is what had been talked about for a few months, saying you need to step down, you need to go find a solution, you can go live somewhere, do whatever you want, step down. And so he didn't step down. He chose to stay, and this is the result. This is what happened. Now, I'm not here to argue whether, you know, as a world leader, do you just step down? Do you just leave, right? As a world leader, you're not really a leader anymore if you just step down, step away, right? So history will judge you either way. Your people will judge you. And he's still, no matter what, he was a dictator. He was no longer democratically elected. He lost the elections. He stayed in power. He shouldn't have stayed in power, okay? This was the first Trump administration. The Biden administration said it. Again, the second Trump administration. So it's been years now. People have been saying he should step down. He's no longer the democratically elected president of the country. So very, 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 very hard to say if you're the president of Venezuela, what do you do? I mean, I got to say, you stay. You stay and you've chosen your path. Now, there's something else to be said here, though, that when you are a dictator, and I've talked about this before with all of you, okay? Dictators ride the tiger. We say that dictators are riding a tiger, okay? The country is the tiger that they're riding. If they step off the tiger will eat it. So dictators can't step down. If he steps down, step away, he loses all power. He can't just go have a great life somewhere. So really, what were his options? His options weren't to step down. He could have surrendered to the United States, okay? But then what? So he had really no choice when you think about it. You stay in all the way, you ride the tiger until it either eats you or you tame it or you get out of this situation or someone rescues you. In this situation, he needed external support from China and Russia and Iran. It didn't happen the way he wanted it to. They were getting some, but no one's going to stop the U.S. I've said it before, and I see on some of these channels, honestly, I see some channels, people saying, the U.S. could never defeat this or that. I mean, the U.S. military is very powerful. I'm not arguing about might is right. I'm just saying as a pure capability, as an organization, as a capable force. It's very capable when it's pointed in a direction with a clear outcome and a clear mission. Obviously, when you go somewhere and you commit the U.S. military, but you don't have an end state, you don't know what you're doing, you can get in what's called a quagmire, right? You can get bogged down, and any powerful organization, any military can be made to look less than effective if it's unclear politically what the goals are. Okay, so I just want to say that. Clearly, the goals were very clear here, and something like this is ideal for the U.S. military too. Get in, get out, lethality, speed, a crazy intelligence cycle, the best intelligence in the world, right? And get in, get out. We're the best in the world at this, no doubt about it. We're the best in the world at a lot of things, but especially this, where we don't have to have persistent boots on the ground. Now, as you'll see, we're going to talk about President Trump actually does say that we were ready to do a second wave, okay? We were ready to do a second wave in Venezuela, okay? But let's watch a little bit more of this one, and then we're going to get into more of the tactical details of this raid and what happened. And any questions you guys have, put them in the chat. I'm going to take a look at
U.S. Secretary of
with our
State
poll.
Marco Rubio later declared on social media that Maduro is no longer the president of Venezuela, formally marking the end of his rule.
And here, within its borders, the heart of the nation, the country itself, is truly experiencing a profound and absolute state of complete tranquility, a serene and undisturbed peace that pervades every corner. They've tried this. And they maybe thought that the people would come out defeated. And that's not what's happening. So we're all here, we'll be here all night.
In the face of this vile and cowardly attack that threatens the peace and...
Okay, so this is the Venezuelan defense minister, and obviously this is a dubbing of his voice. I don't think this is actually his voice, but you can see, we're going to hear what he has to say here in a minute, but just so you know, and we're going to see President Trump's comments in a few minutes here, but President Trump says that, you know, this is just the first thing we're doing, and I want them to step down, or the same thing is going to happen, and we're prepared for a second, much larger wave to go into Venezuela. So we're going to talk about that as well, too, what that would look like, what that means. To me, like I said, we are very good at these kinetic strikes, these direct action missions of going in to capture someone, okay? So I want to also say this, that it's unbelievable that we can do this and get in and keep President Maduro and his wife alive, okay? And not just drop a JDAM or drop a missile strike on their residence, which would be assassination. right? So instead, it's like a SWAT team going in and serving a warrant, which is what they did with the DEA. He's pressed on charges. Okay, he's getting charges put on him. And my law enforcement officers in the audience, I mean, you guys can clarify in the chat as well, too. I'm not law enforcement, but special operations background, Marine Corps infantry background, force recon, all those things. But they served a warrant, more or less, okay, with the DEA with them, you could see from the photo, and arrested him. So let's watch. But this is the defense minister, and what he's saying basically is that we're not surrendering. So let's see how this plays out. We're going to see how it plays out over the next 24 hours, 36 hours. But let's hear what he has to say.
Stability of the region, we raise the strongest denunciation before the international community and all multilateral organizations so that the U.S. government is condemned for its flagrant violation of the United Nations Charter and international law. This invasion represents the greatest outrage the country has ever suffered, driven by the insatiable greed for our strategic resources. Far from any supposed fight against narcoterrorism, this deplorable action seeks to definitively force a regime change and subject us to the spurious designs of North American imperialism, trampling on the inalienable right to self-determination for which our liberators fought and which we are now called to defend with the same dignity. They have attacked us, but they will not break us. United soldiers and people, we will form an indestructible wall of resistance. Our profound calling is peace, but our enduring heritage is the constant struggle for true freedom. We who always extend our hand in genuine brotherhood, today resolutely clench our mighty fist in steadfast defense of what is rightfully ours. Let us unite, for in the unity of the people we will find the strength to resist and to triumph. In the midst of this imperial onslaught, I make a fervent call for serenity and reason, to maintain unity and calm, and in compliance with the Constitution of the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela, the organic law on states of exception, and the organic law of national security, we fully support the decree of a state of external commotion throughout the national territory. Consequently, the men and women of the Bolivarian National Armed Forces, following the instructions of citizen Nicolás Maduro Moros, constitutional president of the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela, our commander-in-chief, will deploy all our capabilities for the comprehensive defense of the nation, the restoration of order and peace. Therefore, we will activate across the entire spectrum of the National Geographic space and in perfect popular military police unity, the full operational readiness through the massive deployment of all land, air, naval, riverine, and missile resources.
Okay, so it sounds like they are declaring martial law. Okay, it sounds like they're declaring martial law from what he's saying. Okay, in so many words. You know, again, following the Constitution and the orders of the citizen, Nicolás Maduro, the president, we are basically deploying all resources to maintain order. This sounds like he's declaring martial law. Okay, I guess the vice president of Venezuela was just recently sworn in, chosen by Nicolás Maduro, but he is the defense minister of Venezuela. Sounds like he is basically declaring martial law. Okay, that's what I think. That's what I see right now, and I guess they're going to have a choice. They're going to have a real choice that Maduro's gone. Okay, the U.S. hasn't fully invaded yet, but President Trump publicly said we're ready for a much larger invasion if we need to. And so they have a choice. Do they defend and fight, or do they select new leadership and go ahead and try to run the country with the U.S.? All right. And I mean, President Trump already said that Marco Rubio and Secretary Hegseth are basically going to be the ones, and other people, they're going to pick an interim government to run the country. Again, I don't know what that looks like. We're covering this raid and how they captured Maduro, but there's a lot happening here. Potential for a new Iraq, potential for a new Afghanistan. We'll talk about that, okay? So for our poll, should the U.S. run Venezuela now, as President Trump said it will? At 58% say no, as 42% say yes. Okay, thank you for voting. I appreciate that. There's a lot to consider here, okay? A lot to consider. And, you know, I think, yeah, martial law. That's what it sounds like. It sounds like they're declaring martial law in Venezuela. Okay, chat. And so with that, with what he's saying about this martial law being declared, again, we have a real choice. And he has a choice. They have a choice. The Venezuelans do. Do they play along with the U.S. now, or do they try to fight and resist at every turn? And then how does that play out for the U.S.? Again, when you unleash the dogs of war, it's very hard to know exactly how it's all going to play out. Because as von Clausewitz said, okay, the strategist from the 18th century during the Napoleonic Wars, okay, and he said that the fog and friction of combat, okay, the fog and friction of combat and battle and war and human nature and war play out in so many ways where chance and, you know, the human element and all these things go in directions that you don't even know they're going to go. So the fog and friction of battle and combat, the nature of war has not changed, right? And so you're leading where probabilities, you know, reign supreme. You can't always see what's going to happen. But let's listen a little bit more here. And put any questions you guys have in the chat. I'll open up a Q&A very soon.
Advanced weapon systems are absolutely essential for a truly comprehensive national defense, with the primary purpose of ensuring the seamless integration of all the vital elements of national power in the critical mission to effectively confront and decisively overcome all imperial threats, thereby forming a single, unified, and formidable combat bloc. Our profound honor, unwavering duty, and rich history profoundly call upon each and every one of us to act now. Let the powerful cry of a truly free homeland resound loudly and clearly in every single corner of our beloved nation. Victory is absolutely ours because unwavering reason and profound dignity are firmly on our side. We shall most certainly prevail. Long live the homeland.
That makes Friday's meeting with China not just symbolic, but historic. It was the final diplomatic appearance of a leader Washington now says has been removed from power. The timing is critical. China's show of support came as Russia also voiced solidarity with Caracas, condemning U.S. actions and backing Venezuela amid heightened military pressure in the Caribbean. Washington says its strikes and naval operations are part of a campaign against alleged drug trafficking networks, the so-called Cartel de los Soles, which U.S. officials claim is linked to Maduro's government. Venezuela has long denied those accusations.
Okay, and as we know, though, and by the president's own comments, which we're going to see here in a minute, okay, I'll let this play out a little bit further so we don't just stop there. Okay, so as we know, it's not just about narco trafficking, okay? It's definitely about oil. It's hugely about the oil reserves, okay? It's about also U.S. strategic interests and the U.S. priorities of the new Donroe Doctrine, the Trump corollary to the Donroe Doctrine, which means that the U.S. absolutely is the hegemonic power, okay, is the hegemon in the Western Hemisphere. But they're even calling this the Donroe for Donald Trump, right? The Donroe Doctrine now. Okay, so it's the Donroe Doctrine with a Trump corollary. We covered this last Friday in my live. We covered the U.S. National Security Strategy of 2025, which clearly places the number one most important priority is the Western Hemisphere, okay, and the Donroe Doctrine. So no longer is China the number one concern for the U.S. That is what this new doctrine, the new national security strategy says, okay? So this is the most important thing for the United States is the Western Hemisphere and dominating all the energy. And also in the national security strategy, which I could probably pull up again here too, but for those of you that were here with me last Friday, and we covered this, and if you didn't see that one, go back to my last Friday live, okay? It was the 26th of December, I believe, and I walked through the entire national security strategy and actually have it highlighted and all these things, and we talk about that. We have people like Victor Davis Hanson, John Mearsheimer as well, Professor Mearsheimer as well too, where we have commentary for them on strategy, on this new strategy. But I discussed that also the United States will no longer allow any foreign power to gain a foothold, a major competitor, let's say that, not just a foreign power, but a competitor to have a competitive stance or position within the Western Hemisphere. It doesn't mean they can't have an embassy. It doesn't mean they can't have, agreements and trade agreements, things like that, even military agreements, but they cannot establish a foothold in the Western Hemisphere. And that is a new priority according to this Trump corollary to the Donroe Doctrine and the Trump 2025 national security strategy. All right, let's watch a little bit more of this, and then we're going to move on, a little more details of the raid, and then go into the commentary from the president himself and what he has to say about this. And again, I have a poll up. I want to see what you guys think. Please participate in this poll. We've got 20 votes right now. Will the U.S. have to do a larger wave invasion in Venezuela? Right now, I have 20 votes. 45% say no, 55% say yes. But I'd like to get everyone's idea in there. Okay. I'd like to get everyone's ideas in there. And we are going to see some of the celebrations, okay? We're going to see some of the celebrations by Venezuelans. We saw their defense minister saying, no way, they're not going to give in. So he's not really celebrating it. And maybe he secretly is. Honestly, maybe he's secretly like, thank God that guy's gone. Thank God. Because he might become the president. You don't know, right? We don't know what's going to happen. He may become fully in charge and keep in charge of the military. So one thing we learned, I will say this, one thing we learned from Iraq, and we made a big mistake. We came in with the interim government. We came in with the the coalition, the governing authority, and we let go all of the Iraqi military. We sent them away. They were outlawed. They were no longer allowed to work for the government. We arrested a lot of them, and the rest of them were just told, you have no place in the new government. Go away. So we took away their livelihoods, and what happened? They joined Al-Qaeda in Iraq, okay? They joined the insurgency. They led the insurgency. They became the leaders of it, okay? And then Al-Qaeda, put the Al-Qaeda, it's like a branding. They put the Al-Qaeda brand on them, but really they didn't care. They just wanted to have, they wanted to have leadership in their country, protect themselves. It was a viable survival strategy. So I'll say this, as a strateger and as a military officer, as a commander, combat commander, all those things, a big mistake for us would be to totally dismantle the Venezuelan military and send them away again, instead of employing them. Yes, put new leadership. Yes, put checks and balances. But to do away with everyone, you're going to send unemployed, armed people with know-how of strategy, tactics, training into the hills to form an insurgent group against us. So I'm hoping we don't do something like that again if it comes to that. I'm hoping, actually, it doesn't come to that at all, and we do not have to do a second invasion, a second wave, a large wave. I'm hoping that they are able to work this out now peacefully and with the best interest of the Venezuelan people. As President Trump did say, the number one priority is to get the oil really flowing for Venezuela, to enrich the Venezuelan people and turn that country into a very prosperous, peaceful country that is favorable to the United States. And then secondarily, he said that, yes, the oil will also flow to the United States too, okay? So that's what he said, but we're going to cover that in a minute. Let's watch a little bit more of this. And if you're just joining us, we are covering the U.S. capture of Nicolás Maduro, the Venezuelan president, and in early morning, around 3 a.m., is when the raid began. It came just on the heels of the Venezuelan president meeting the Chinese special envoy and declaring how much support and how strong their bond was between China and Venezuela. And by 3 a.m., U.S. Delta Force, Marines, and Special Operations Forces were on the ground and in the air, and a direct action mission was underway to capture Nicolás Maduro, which they successfully did with no loss of life on the U.S. part, no loss of aircraft or equipment. And I do believe there are quite a few casualties on the Venezuelan part for his army and personal security detachment guarding him. But we will talk about that more. Let's watch a little bit more right now of this. And we're also going to discuss the international reaction from Putin, from China, from the international community. But I'm going to tell you right now, if you're the international community, right now, Putin, Xi, Ayatollah, anyone who has been an enemy of the United States or been in opposition to the United States is probably honestly saying, holy shit, I can't believe that just happened. I cannot believe they just captured him and they couldn't stop him. They have air defenses. Venezuela has air defenses. They have all these things. On Valhalla, VFT, Nate and I talked about this, and we pinpointed their air defenses, their coastal defenses. We talked about the possibility for insurgency. We had so many people in the chat saying how the U.S. couldn't go in there and just get him because it's like a fortress and they really believe in him. Well, they just did it, okay? And if you're ever wondering how good American Special Operations Forces, and not just Special Operations Forces, the Joint Force. Special Operations Forces are the tippy end of the spear, okay? Small tippy end of the spear. But they need massive, conventional, powerful support, which they have in the U.S. Joint Force. And again, I'm not so much being like very excited about this. I'm saying that this is a formidable capability that we wield. However, if we use it improperly, if the U.S. uses it improperly, if you don't have a clear mission with a limited objectives, you can get bogged down. Any military can get bogged down. That's why I am hoping we do not do a second wave invasion, personally. Okay, you guys tell me what you think in the poll. We have 27 votes. We get a lot more people watching right now, so please go ahead and vote in the poll. And if you haven't liked the video yet, please like this live stream right now. It's going to help the channel, help me to reach more people today. And if you haven't subscribed, please subscribe. I definitely cover a lot of national security issues, but the overall mission of this podcast on my channel is to upgrade our lives and to examine the issues of today, to understand them, to get away from the rage bait so we can get on and we can kick ass in our goals and improve our lives, okay, overall. So that's the mission of my channel. And then, so like, subscribe, comment, and share. If you think someone's going to want to get involved in this, I tried to get an early scoop on this and jump on it. But go ahead and share this live stream so people can jump in and we can get in the chat. I have a lot of my regulars out in the chat. What's up, everybody? I see you. I'm just rolling right now. And I don't know, everybody. The glasses might come out today. The glasses might actually come out today. My eyes are a little bit shaky. So great to have all of you here. I appreciate you all spending your time with me on this subject, and we're definitely going to cover a lot of ground. So great to have all of you here. Thank you for letting me do what I love, and let's get into it a little bit more here. Let's watch a little bit more. Here we go.
In that final appearance on Friday, Maduro insisted the door to dialogue with Washington remained open. He said Venezuela was willing to talk with the Trump administration about combating drug trafficking and even about opening its vast oil reserves to U.S. investment. But he issued a warning: no extortion. If they want to seriously discuss an agreement to combat drug trafficking, we're ready. And if they want oil, Venezuela is ready for investment, whenever they want, wherever they want. Less than 24 hours later, Maduro was gone. One thing is now clear: that Friday meeting was not just diplomacy. It was the final chapter of Nicolás Maduro's presidency, and a moment that may reshape the global balance of power.
Okay. And just for all of you just joining us right now as well, we're going to go ahead and we are going to take a look at that initial video that shows what it was like on the ground at 3 a.m. when Nicolás Maduro had just finished conducting his liaison meeting with the Chinese envoy, strengthening the bonds between China and Venezuela. And then shortly thereafter, he was captured in U.S. custody. Okay, now he's on board the USS Iwo Jima, on his way for prosecution for trial in New York City, I believe, under drug charges, he and his wife. And so we're going to see how that plays out. But I want to hear in the chat from you guys. Ask your questions. Vote. If you haven't voted in the poll, it's been up for 11 minutes. Will the U.S. have to do a larger wave invasion of Venezuela? I've got 58% say no, 42% say yes. I'm hoping we don't have to. But we shall see, okay? And again, remember to like, subscribe, and share so that we can spread the word here. And again, the mission of this podcast on my channel is to upgrade your life. In order to upgrade our lives, we have to know what the operating environment is. We have to know what the context is that we're existing in. We got to know, is it rage bait? Are we just being led down a path to be upset? What are the issues? We have to understand it. It's just like doing a market study in business. You have to understand the market, okay? In a military operation, you guys can see if you're just joining me now, I was a career Marine Corps officer, combat commander. I commanded in combat in Force Recon in the infantry. Also commanded a Marine Raider battalion as well too, okay? And so the thing about this, in a military operation, we go ahead and first thing we do is we look at the context. We look at the enemy situation, look at the environment, okay? So we're going to look at what the competition is. The enemy most probable course of action, their most likely course of action. What is the weather? What are the troops available? What's the time? It's the same thing. What is the political context? You want to look at the political context of the country you're in. You want to look at the international situation, the domestic context of the country you're working in, operating against, or in business. What's the neighborhood like? What are the people? Who's who in the zoo? All these things. That's why my channel is about upgrading your life, okay? But why we're covering such current events like this, okay? And without any further ado, let's get into our next video, because I know what you guys are here for. You're not here to hear me talk about that. You're here to see a little bit more about what the hell happened and hear my commentary on it. And you came to the right place, okay? Because I am a national level strategist as well too. I graduated from the National War College in Washington, D.C. as a career military officer, retired as a lieutenant colonel. I've been to combat, commanded in combat. and I have a master's degree in national security strategy, and I've worked on a lot of national strategies for China, for Russia, things like that, okay, and devising national security strategies for those countries and for situations just like this. So I'm going to do my best to explain what is going on out there, and we're going to talk about the tactical, operational, all the way to strategic. Let's watch a little bit more of this video to get some more idea about what was going on the ground for you, those of you who are just joining us right now. And then we're going to go ahead and get into the specifics of the raid, and we're going to get into then President Trump's comments and the reaction from President Putin, which if you're just joining us, the Russians have a very strong reaction that I found. Okay, I'm going to play that for you. A typical Russian fashion is nuts, and it's a bit insane. Okay. Chinese reaction, very strong as well, too. You can imagine they just had their special envoy there, and the United States goes ahead and captures Maduro right afterwards. That's definitely a gasping moment, as my thumbnail indicates, probably a gasping moment for Xi, for Putin, for the Ayatollah, okay, for the Iranian leadership, for anyone around the world who's opposing the United States. For sure, the Colombian president was very upset, as we saw in a video earlier, saying that the U.S. could do this here, they could do it anywhere. He's definitely, I would say he's probably definitely afraid right now. As President Trump has said, he has cocaine factories there, and he needs to watch his ass and all this stuff. So let's watch a little bit more of this. And again, remember to like, subscribe, and share. Share the video so we can get more people involved today.
5 hours ago, the city was filled with families out, couples in restaurants, cafes, in parks, enjoying the night, enjoying the evening. And at 2 a.m., almost precisely, blast after blast began targeting the Venezuelan capital. Woke us up, woke the whole city up. There's been no confirmation yet, neither from the United States or from the Venezuelan government, about what these strikes targeted. Fatalities, perhaps casualties, civilians or otherwise, in the capital, to the north of the capital, along the coast. But again, American jets remain airborne over the city.
This is the exact moment when back-to-back explosions tore through the dead of the night silence in Venezuela. The night sky.
Okay, you guys saw they said, I'll rewind it just a little bit here, but I think you guys saw they said U.S. Marines invade. Hold on one second, I'll get there. I think it says that U.S. Marines invade on several islands. U.S. Marines invade Venezuela on several islands. Key airports and ports targeted. I don't have any confirmation of that actually Marines invaded and did that. Okay, I can't find it right now. Let me just see if I can find this for you guys, where he says this. Basically saying that the U.S. Marines have done this. Okay, there it is. U.S. Marines begin land invasion on several islands of Venezuela. So, again, we can call this... A lot of my special forces brothers out there and other service members will know the Marines. We have a massive propaganda machine, okay? And so right now the Marines are loving this because, yes, it was a Marine Corps operation. That's what they're saying, okay? But it was a joint force operation, not just Marines. Marines were definitely involved, but it was also U.S. Army Special Operations Command, okay? I mean, Delta Force, the Special Operations Command, Special Operations Forces, the Navy, the Air Force, DEA. It was a joint force operation for sure, okay? And so if you're just joining us right now, we are talking about the capture of Nicolás Maduro, the Venezuelan president, and we're going to deep dive into President Trump's comments in a minute, U.S. official stance on this, and then get the international reaction. But I want to walk it back a little bit for those of you just joining us so you can see and we can talk a little bit more about the tactical actions on the ground. How would this unfold? What would we do? Okay? Typically, when something like this goes down, you're definitely depending on the element of surprise, okay? Speed, stealth, surprise, success, okay? You have to have speed to get in there quickly. Speed is often your security. You need stealth. You need to make sure they don't know you're coming. You need to take out critical nodes such as communications, somehow either through cyber attack, electronic jamming, through kinetic attack. You also need to suppress enemy air defenses, suppress or neutralize. You can see a lot of the strikes, the kinetic strikes here that were happening were probably us taking out enemy air defenses to make sure that the raid force could arrive. There were over 100 aircraft involved, according to the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. And those 100 aircraft probably included drones, included attack aircraft, included fighters, included escorts, and included transportation of the assault force in helicopters to go to the target site. Okay, so all those things. Let's watch a little bit more of this, and I'll keep on explaining things. But again, remember, in this case, speed, stealth, surprise. You need it every time for a raid like this where you're not going in with a massive conventional force. Even if you are, those fundamentals still apply. So you have to have speed to the target. You have to have stealth. You have to have surprise. And not necessarily in that order. It might be more surprise, stealth, speed, success, okay, in order to have successful direct action raid. But let's watch a little bit more of this. And again, put your comments in the chat, guys. I'm going to look at this poll. Will the U.S. have to do a larger wave invasion of Venezuela? We've got 58% say no, 42% say yes. 19 minutes ago, I posted it, 38 votes. I appreciate you voting on that. I'm going to have another poll for you guys here in a minute. And I'm actually going to open up a Q&A as well, too. So if you have any questions for me, put it in the Q&A, and I'll ask it so everybody can see it, and we'll post it up on here. Okay. Ask me a question. There's a Q&A started, so you guys can ask a question there, and I'll get there to your questions in a second as we continue to move on here. All right, let's watch a little bit more of this. Here we go.
This is the exact moment when back-to-back explosions tore through the dead of the night silence in Venezuela. The night sky turned red amid the roars of fighter jets. A plume of smoke grips the skyline of Caracas, triggering fires on the hillsides. Around 2 a.m. in the morning on Saturday, low-flying aircraft were heard hovering around the Venezuelan capital, Caracas. RT News reported that Chinook helicopters were seen overhead Caracas. The footage shared by the Associated Press showed people in various neighborhoods rushed to the streets. Some could be seen in the distance from various areas of Caracas. Higuerote Airport in Venezuela's Miranda state was also reportedly attacked. Massive explosions triggering flames indicate that a military installation of Venezuela was hit. The fire suggests a strike against a surface-to-air missile launcher with the Venezuelan Air Force. Multiple explosions, flames, and smoke were seen emanating from the port of La Guaira, just to the north of Caracas. RT News footage shared smokes and fireballs emanating from the city. Another video showed non-stop explosions, triggering fears in residents.
Okay, so what are they probably targeting there?
Civilians driving through Caracas recorded that airstrikes erupting all around the capital city. If RT News reports are to be believed, the entire U.S. Air Force cut transponders during the attack. It is a vital electronic device that automatically replies to radar signals from air traffic control, ATC, or other aircraft. A U.S. Stratotanker reportedly refueled strike fighters.
Okay, so what would they have been striking during this time? Again, surface-to-air missile sites, very specific. In the port area, anti-ship missiles, okay? So if they could range them, I don't know if we were within range or not. Also surface-to-air missile sites as well. Making sure you take out their most valuable assets that could prevent the strike package from getting in and doing its job, and then getting out with the package as well too, okay? Also blinding them through electronic jamming. Also blinding them through destroying communications facilities. But typically in a mission like this, they want to minimize structural damage. We want to minimize the damage we do to infrastructure, especially critical infrastructure. One of the things I can remember when I was, still operational in combat, getting very clear guidance from higher command saying, do not damage critical infrastructure that will hurt the people. Okay. There was a time that I had to conduct a direct action mission where there was actually a terrorist leader, insurgent leader, terrorist insurgent. I was always called them, they were terrorists to me. But at the time, the leader had set up his command headquarters and they were hiding out in this power plant, in this dam and power plant area. And we conducted a mission to go and, capture or kill this cell. And when we were there, we were given why we were called in because we were a precision raid force. And so we would have the best chance at not causing damage to the critical infrastructure that could take a long time to rebuild and hurt the local people if we damaged it. So a lot of the times for operations like this, they are given very clear guidance. Do not damage the critical infrastructure. And you have to be, very precise in what you're doing. And so while this may seem, to a lot of people watching, this may seem like, wow, they did massive damage. Look at all the explosions. You ain't seen nothing yet. That's what I want to tell you, okay? This was not massive damage. This was very precise. It was very organized. It was very professional, okay? Yes, there was damage done. Do you think civilians were killed? Possibly, okay? Possibly. Anytime you do things like this, there's a chance it happens. I hope not. We all hope not. You never want to hurt the people who, don't need to be dealt with, or you don't need to use force against, especially an operation where you're trying to get somebody that you're bringing to justice. In this case, you're basically serving a warrant on the national military level, on the national level, an international warrant, more or less. It's like a SWAT team going in. But, it takes a lot of coverage and a lot of support and a lot of fire superiority to do it. And so you never want to see people get hurt unnecessarily in these things. But make no mistake, this was a precision operation that takes tremendous professionalism, years and years, decades of experience, decades of working together. So it always makes me kind of laugh. I'm just going to say, when I hear, people in the Trump administration saying the military we have built, I mean, they've been in power for a year, right? I mean, and even I heard some of the things about making fun of, the Desert One experience under Jimmy Carter. And this was the birth of JSOC, okay? The birth of JSOC, the Joint Special Operations Command, came at Desert One in the debacle inside of Iran to rescue the Iranian hostages. That's when they realized that we needed a joint force that was interoperable, that could do things like this. It just did. This is the culmination. I'm going to tell you right now, what you saw today, what we're seeing today, is the culmination of military professionalism, of joint operation, of U.S. Special Operations interoperability and military interoperability of the joint force. This is over, 40 years. This is 45 years of preparation training, including a 20-year war of doing kinetic strikes and direct action against high-value targets throughout the world. Okay, that was JSOC's big mission. So you're seeing the culmination in this military apparatus. We used to call it the Great White Shark, right? You send the Great White Shark hunting. It's underwater. All the bad guys and people, everybody else is on boats on the surface trying to be sneaky. The Great White Shark is underwater hunting. And where is it going to go? You'll never see it coming. It's going to come up and smash you. So whenever I hear these funny things, I'll be honest with you, I'm just going to go out, I'm going to riff a little bit here. But when I hear these funny things from people, to me they're funny, how, we could never capture the leader of this cartel, or wow, I mean, come on. This is the biggest cartel leader in the world. Putin's the biggest one, okay? This is the second biggest one, and we just got him. Lickety split, no problem. He's on a U.S. ship going home. Okay, so picture it like a massive SWAT raid. This is like a massive SWAT raid, and instead of police cruisers and armored vehicles and police helicopters, you've got a whole military joint force to support the Delta Force SWAT team that's going in to get him. Okay, and so. It's 45 years in the making to be able to do something like this, and thousands, okay, of raids, warrants served, thousands of warrants served on terrorists, and institutional learning, institutional organization, historical knowledge, okay? The matriculation of the joint force of Navy, Army, Air Force, Marines, everybody coming together, whether it's for the joint force or within that special operations unit itself. Okay, because it's truly a joint unit, and they're far greater experts in that than me that are out there. Okay, and again, I'm sure my friend Nate from Valhalla will do a great bang up job covering this later. So, but take a look at the piece on Venezuela he and I did. That's on my channel. Okay, you can look at that on my channel. Nate and I did that together, or go to Nate's channel and you'll see it there as well too on Valhalla. But yeah, there's so much. Again, I just want to point out that this is the culmination of 45 years of joint training, from Desert One to the Nicolás Maduro raid. Okay, from the Baghdadi hit to what we did in Iran, all these different things like that. But this precision didn't just happen in one administration. I just want to say that. This has been the national military establishment and joint force working together with professionals, the generals, the senior enlisted, the command sergeant majors, the enlisted operators, okay? The tireless professionalism of the enlisted operators out there. I'm taking you guys inside here. Me as a commander, my operators would push so hard for excellence, to go beyond excellence, to be elite, okay? And to be the best in the world, the best the world's ever seen. For all of us, a big motivating thing was for us to take our place with the most elite warriors in the world, in the history of the world, okay? That was a big thing for all of us. And my enlisted operators and the ones that I had seen from the joint force, whether it's from the Army Special Operations, Navy Special Operations, the Joint Special Operations Forces, they support and drive excellence in their hunger, their desire to be the best warriors in the world, in the history of the world, okay? And then the leaders, obviously, the officers that are involved, the commanders, supporting them to get them what they need and to work with them and to serve with them and to command on the ground, all those things. But it's that professionalism that's in the brotherhood and of arms, that's in the national military establishment, in service, okay, that really has driven so much of this. Then, though, I will say to President Trump's, to his comments and also to the efforts he's done over his 2 administrations, he has been a major supporter of the military, advancement, of growth, of revolution in our military affairs, of getting better at the way we're doing things, and then actually using it. Because one of the best ways to get better is to use it, okay? So again, just talking about the evolution of this, and this is the culmination of 45 years of training, of work, of being together, okay? And our enlisted operators and our enlisted service people are the best in the world. Our officers are the best in the world, okay? The training, the education, all those things like that. But it's definitely 45 years, okay? My whole point in this, if you're just joining us right now, my little monologue here is about this was 45 years in the making to have a joint force that can do this with this much precision, this minimal loss of life, minimal loss of critical infrastructure, of things that didn't need to be destroyed. Okay, it's 45 years in the making. This wasn't like, oh, we were broken and now we're fixed. We were broken before President Trump came in and now we're fixed. Oh my God, and we could do things like this. Okay, come on, right? I mean, come on. Do what we just did. This is decades of development, institutional knowledge, standard operating procedures, refinement. And yes, the commander-in-chief is the commander, okay? He's making the decisions, right? And he's also allocating funds, and he did it before in his other administration. But other administrations have done this too. Hello, there was a raid called the Bin Laden raid, right? It was a pretty damn big deal, pretty daring, pretty intense, okay? And that happened under President Obama's watch. So what I'm saying to you is that this is why, everyone, this is one of the reasons why I will always advocate for an apolitical, a non-political military. We need to be badass and ready to roll to protect the United States of America. We need to have this power despite whatever political things are going on. The U.S. military has to be, focused on serving, protecting, protect and defend the Constitution of the United States of America against all enemies, foreign and domestic. Point, period, paragraph. We can't get tied into, we're up when we have one administration, we're down with the other one. We need to always be, and both sides politically need to support that, okay? But again, my big monologue here is about, this is 45 years in the making, okay? 45 years in the making for this raid, for this to happen like this, okay? And before I get into the next video here, I'm going to answer some of your questions. Let's see. Okay, Sue's got a question. We're going to select this question here. And let me know in the chat if you guys can see the questions, because I don't have the same view you do, so I can't always see everything. But I want to see if you guys can. You guys tell me if you can see the questions if they come up, okay? Sue, do we know if the Venezuelan vice president is as corrupt as Maduro? Well, we do know one thing, Sue, that she was selected by Maduro. Okay, so the Venezuelan vice president was selected by Maduro, and so she is a Maduro crony, 100%. She was just sworn in, I think, 3 weeks ago. We're going to see this from President Trump in a minute. But I don't know if she's as corrupt yet, but she is a Maduro crony, okay? And she was selected by Maduro. Hopefully that answers your question. Just give me a fire symbol in the chat if that answers your question, Sue. I want to make sure I answered your question for you there. Okay. All right. And let's see here. Next question. Okay. Got a question from Puerto Rican Pecan. Okay. How could this possibly benefit the U.S. citizens that are, let me see. So how can this possibly benefit the U.S. citizens that are funding the attacks via their hard-earned tax dollars? I'm starting to feel like the 1% slave. It's a great question. This question was asked by a reporter, asked President Trump, said, Mr. President, how is this America first? If you're saying America first, how is this America first? And he said, well, this is going to bring a lot of money. He said it's going to bring, first of all, security to our country. It's going to stop drug flows. It's going to stop illegal immigrant flows. I'm quoting the president right now, or more or less quoting, I'm paraphrasing what he said. We'll get to it in a minute. And he said, then on top of that, the oil flows, the energy flows, and the energy security we will have from this will help us with energy security, which is very important. If you're in my live last night, we talked about how Jensen Huang, the CEO of NVIDIA, had talked about if we are to win the AI race, we need more energy. For us to win the AI race, which will protect us in many ways economically, but also security-wise against China, who, according to the ex-Google CEO, Eric Schmidt, China's ahead of us in the AI race, okay? We are lacking energy. Jensen Huang credits President Trump with his energy security policy, which is protecting our ability to grow our AI capability, which will protect our national security, which will grow our economy, make us able to have a more prosperous economy. And if you were in the live last night, I talked about the K-shaped economy, that they're going to be winners and losers, okay? But that's how it's going to benefit the U.S. citizens, okay? According to what President Trump is saying, but then I'm riffing a little bit, and I'm using what Jensen Huang from NVIDIA said, okay? Now, where I personally feel like Puerto Rican Pecan, it feels funny saying that, but as long as that's your name and you don't take offense to that. Well, how this won't benefit us, in my opinion, okay, guys? And again, guys, I don't claim to be the end-all, be-all to know everything, okay? So if you disagree with me, that's fine too, okay? Everybody who's been in this chat for a while, has been on my channel for a while, knows I'm learning along with you guys. I do know some things. I don't know everything, but I'm going to do my best to answer your questions, okay? And learn and grow together. And but I will tell it like I see it. And if you think I'm wrong, that's fine too, okay? We're all entitled to our opinions and what we think. But what I do think, Puerto Rican Pecan, I think that where this won't benefit us is if we do a second large wave invasion. And then the Venezuelan people or their military fights us. Nate and I talked about this in Valhalla VFT. We talked about if we have an insurgency we have to fight against in the jungles, in the mountains, around the oil basin. And then what if other Latin American countries or the cartels get involved? Now it's a real quagmire. We don't want that. That's where I think it will not benefit us, okay? And I will say, since we are in it, I wasn't involved in this decision, and it happened. Now we have to move on from where do we go from here? How can this benefit us right now? Well, first of all, I will say this 100%. When you do something like this, the rest of the world takes a look at this and says, holy shit. You don't think right now Putin is thinking, holy crap, Trump's crazier than I am? Yeah, he's thinking that. He's like, he's crazier than I am, maybe just as crazy. And if he's threatening, he's going to do something. Now, as Marines, we were always taught, do not point your weapon at anything you do not intend to destroy. Okay? So this is a good reason psychologically, because you stop appearing, you don't seem badass anymore. You don't seem like you're a badass. You don't seem like you're tough and strong. You seem like you lack the strength, you lack the courage of your convictions. That if you will point your weapon at someone and say, I'll shoot you, and you point that weapon, you better be getting down to business, okay? That's what we were taught as Marines. And I think it's the same thing here, that with President Trump doing this, it definitely increases our credibility as a power. Now, are a lot of people going to be upset about this? Sure they are. Of course they are. But I'm trying to point out to you the benefits of it, the pros of it. The cons are, obviously, people are saying we just took a sovereign leader. But did we? Wait a second. Even as I say it, was he a sovereign? What was he? Was he an actual legitimate leader? Let me say that. He was a sovereign leader, but was he a legitimate leader? Was he legitimate? No, he lost the election. They were supposed to have elections. He lost the election. The Biden administration said he was not the legitimate ruler of Venezuela. He was not the legitimate leader of Venezuela. The first Trump administration said the same thing. People have been saying it for a long time and around the world. Oh, who recognizes him? Wow, Putin recognizes him. Amazing. Imagine that. China recognizes him. Oh, imagine that. Wow. Okay. So hopefully this answers your question. You're not a slave to the 1%. Okay. I would tell you if I thought that too. I don't see it that way. President Trump, his administration clearly put out the national security strategy of 2025. Okay. That's like if the New England Patriots under Belichick just released their playbook and said, look, here's the plays we're going to run. You know, Brady's going to throw the ball down your throats the whole time. You just got to stop him. Okay. President Trump clearly stated in the national security strategy of 2025, which I covered in my live last Friday. So if you didn't see that, please go back to my live from last Friday, 26th December. Watch that. I have it highlighted. We go through it. It's actually on the screen. Okay. I'm not just talking about it. I'm showing it to you. Okay. And they say Western Hemisphere security is number one. Our interest is to be the most dominant power in the Western Hemisphere. We had the blockade. They've been talking to Maduro the whole time. Okay. They clearly stated what they're doing. And then there's also going to be energy security benefits as well too. Security benefits. We are going to dominate the Western Hemisphere. So those are a lot of the benefits. Okay. Now, how is it America first? That's everything I just said is me paraphrasing what President Trump said. Okay. I didn't invent this stuff off the top of my head. All right. It's also based in the national security strategy. Those are my source documents and my source information. And then what do I think about it? I think he's right. As a strategist, because I am a strategist, I think President Trump is right about that and what he's saying. Now, again, I'll make the last thing I'm going to say about it because it's a great question, Puerto Rican Pecan. If we do the second wave invasion, a major invasion, I do think that's when it's going to be problematic. More than problematic. It's going to be, it probably will not be good. It won't be, most likely will not be good. And I do not advocate for that. Okay. I think we need to now move forward from this and try to have everything resolved as peacefully as possible. You wanted Maduro, you got Maduro. Now we have to have as much of a peaceful process as possible. Okay. That's what I would say. Minimal loss of infrastructure, minimal loss of life. Hopefully I answered your question. Puerto Rican Pecan, give me a fire symbol if that answers your question so I know that I'm tracking, that you're tracking. Okay. Okay. Thank you. I appreciate that. I see it. Great insight. Appreciate your opinion. Thank you very much. I appreciate the question. All right. Next question. Let's see here. Got from Paul. Paul, I'm scared right now. What question are you asking me? Do you get hyped watching that as much as I do? Really needs better hype music, though. Let's see. Too late to apologize. Good song. All right. Do I get hyped watching that? I mean, I think I'm always hyped to see our military kicking ass, right? Just saying that. But again, knowing that the seriousness of it, I'm very sober-minded about combat and about warfare, so I don't really get hyped. I'm proud of our guys and girls. I'm proud of our service members for the way they conducted themselves. I'm proud of the professionalism. I'm very proud of our capability and the 45 years it's taken to develop that and long years of war over the long war from 2001 to 2019, okay? Over that whole period of time, I was a part of that. But you know, as far as getting hyped, there's too much, too much human element of, I know that some people are suffering. I know some people got killed. Okay. I know that our guys were put in danger, our guys and girls. Okay. Our service people were put in danger on the ground. Some of them got shot up. So I wouldn't say as much about getting hyped, but I'm very proud of our forces and what they can do and the professionalism and the precision that they can do it with. So, but I hear what you're saying, man. I hear what you're saying for sure. I mean, when I was in and I was active duty, of course I was ready to go to combat anytime. I loved what I did. And, but then you think about the human toll and you can't move past that. I think you have to be very sober minded about the application of force and about, doing what we're doing. definitely for sure. So yeah, I'm definitely proud of them, but I don't know about as far as getting hyped, you know? So hopefully that answers the question. All right, let's move on to the next question. Unsecure signal. Let's see. Why do people rationalize immoral behavior? We should practice the way of the peaceful warrior, hardening our defenses and building up our country infrastructure. What's going on within our grid? Okay, I hear you. I hear you there. Definitely. I think history has proven that if we don't deal with enemies at the gates, okay, then the enemies at the gates can cause even more problems within the gates as well too, okay? So history has proven that you can fall and have disorder from within, but if there's problems on the outside, it can really affect you even more on the inside with energy, economy, all those things like that. So I think as being a strategist myself, I think that you have to have a balanced approach. You have to also take a look at what the external threats are in the external environment and make sure that, you know, you're not getting hemmed in, right? You're not getting surrounded and hemmed in order to take care of the internal, okay? All right. Hopefully that answers the question for you, unsecure signal. Let's get to a little bit more. I'll answer some more questions in a minute here. And again, I appreciate everyone's support out there. I'll answer some more questions in a minute. Let's watch a little bit of this next video, okay? And right now, I want to get into what does it look like with some of the celebrations that we're seeing. I heard some of you say earlier there were some celebrations. Let's see. Here's a little bit of footage of that. I'm not going to watch this too much, but just to show a little bit of what was out there.
Venezuela. ¿Listo? Venezuela.
Al fin, señor, gracias. Gracias, amigo. Por fin, por fin.
Señor. Adicionalmente eso más.
Los memes de nuestra felicidad. Marco.
Okay, so we're getting a little bit of reflections there, a little bit of reflection from a few different places, Venezuela and the United States and Spain, about Maduro falling. Okay, I'm going to put on another video here. Shows some more of the reactions. And actually, right now we're going to look at another news piece on this. Okay, and then I'll answer some more questions in a minute. And again, if you guys have questions, you can put them in the chat as well too. As always, super chats and all those things are appreciated. You can just put it in the Q&A for right now, but definitely help me to see your questions more if you have one. So I appreciate it. We have quite a few people out there right now, which is awesome. I appreciate you guys being here with me. Thank you, Mountain Music. And an unsecure signal, I appreciate it. Yeah, I know what you mean. We're going to see unsecure signal. We're going to see. Okay, let's watch this.
So we can see if we're able to work out a deal, if we're able to capture other people, it would certainly be worth it. Very targeted strikes against regime and military targets. If we can minimize civilian casualties, if that could get this regime out. Now, people are going to say that Iraq had a civil war. The United States did too, but that was horrific. Many people dead, and chaos in Libya. The difference is those two countries, particularly Libya, and then you can throw in Afghanistan, had civil societies that had either unraveled or possibly in Afghanistan never formed. There should still be enough civil society in Venezuela that we won't see what we saw in Libya and Afghanistan. So, because people use those examples, and I never expected at the time in 2003, the US would launch a massive invasion because it was very dangerous, particularly in the Islamic world. There are a lot of historical precedent, unfortunately, in Latin America over the last century or longer of insurgencies, guerrilla wars. We wouldn't want that for the suffering of the people. We certainly wouldn't want to get dragged into it. When Americans say they don't want regime change, that is because they remember very, very long wars in Iraq and Afghanistan. And that's very, very understandable. That is not going to happen. That's not what we want. And we definitely don't want a Libya situation, chaos. We want a stable, prosperous, but also friendly Venezuela.
Okay, a couple things here really fast, okay? A couple things. First of all, I believe this is the anniversary for when we ousted Manuel Noriega from Panama. Guys, look in ChatGPT and just fact check me on that, but I think it's an anniversary for, I think, when we arrested Noriega, okay? I think also what he's saying, I think, is right, because when we did this in Libya, Libya had a civil society that was falling apart, was mob rule, was insane without Gaddafi's dictatorship, okay? Same thing in Iraq. When the dictator fell there, they didn't have much of a civil society except the rule by the fist. And then when we got rid of the Iraqi army, those were the real leaders still left over in the country, okay? Then the country really went to hell, honestly. And then you had all the people who knew how to run things. The military, Saddam's military, now flipped and became our enemies. Okay, we're fighting against us. An insurgency they formed their own organization, an insurgency. And then in Afghanistan, definitely when the Taliban was out, this is a tribal society. They were not ready to build a new country governance. They didn't know anything about that except by tribal rule, maybe Sharia law in places, but so, and as you see, the Taliban's back in charge. Now, I think Venezuela is very different than this. You can see right away leaders stepping up. The Interior Minister made a video that we saw early on saying, I don't know if they thought that they were going to uprise, but the people are all quiet, not doing anything. Because that's a good sign that they do have a good civil society. That, okay, well, businesses are still running. People are okay. Life goes on. Maduro is gone. Now life goes on. Interior Minister is still in place. The defense secretary, he's got to calm down that tough talk a little bit. I think, obviously, he's a military leader. He has to act tough like that. But, he's saying they're activating all the defense forces, but he seems still very centered and not out of his mind. And again, he's still in charge. And so they're trying to bring calm and order. And so that's why I'm thinking there's a strong possibility that we will not have to do the second invasion, the big invasion force. Which honestly, I was surprised to hear President Trump say it. I'm going to play it for you guys in a minute. And then stay tuned because we are going to talk about the crazy rhetoric from Moscow, from Russia. Okay. I found a video that I was pretty surprised about. Yeah. They talk about nukes. They talk about everything. So again, if you're just joining us here, make sure you like this video, like this live stream. Please subscribe. It helps out the channel, helps me to spread my mission, spread the word, and also share. If you know somebody who will want to join in on this today in our live stream, go ahead and share this live stream, and I'd love to be able to reach more people with what we have today and keep people informed and help us to all upgrade our lives. All right, let's keep watching this. This guy has a good point here.
Another question for you, because we did share this post a short time ago here from Attorney General Pam Bondi, as she shared this to social media, saying Nicolás Maduro and his wife have been indicted. In the Southern District of New York, Nicolás Maduro has been charged with narcoterrorism conspiracy, cocaine importation conspiracy, possession of machine guns and destructive devices, and conspiracy to possess machine guns and destructive devices against the United States, going on to say they will soon face the full wrath of American justice on American soil in American courts. She goes on to thank the entire U.S. DOJ. She says, I would like to thank President Trump for having the courage to demand accountability. But I wanted to just talk about a portion of that.
Okay. So you can see here, all right, if you're just joining us or if you've been here for a while, but there's Attorney General Pam Bondi saying that Maduro and his wife, Celia Flores, have been indicted in the Southern District of New York. He's been charged with narcoterrorism, conspiracy, cocaine importation, cocaine importation, conspiracy, possession of machine guns and destructive devices, and conspiracy to possess machine guns and destructive devices against the United States. They'll soon face the full wrath of American justice on American soil and American courts. On behalf of the entire U.S. DOJ, I'd like to thank President Trump. Okay. So let me see here. Okay. I'm gonna get back to these questions in a minute, but I want you guys to put a 1 in the chat. Are we doing the right thing by prosecuting Maduro as a criminal? Put a 1 in the chat if seeking criminal charges against Maduro is the right thing. Put a 1 in the chat if seeking charges against Maduro is the right thing and prosecuting him in court is the right thing. Are we doing the right thing according to what Pam Bondi has here? I'm going to leave this up for a minute, but put a 1 in the chat if you think we're doing the right thing and we're trying to uphold the rule of law. Are we doing the right thing seeking criminal charges and pressing charges and trying him in court? Put a 1 in the chat if you think so. Now put a 0 if you think the whole thing is just wrong. Okay, put a 0 if you think the whole thing is wrong. But put a 1 in the chat if you think we're doing the right thing by taking him to court, having actual charges, and actually charging him in court, trying him in court. I want to see what you guys think about that, okay? And again, everyone's entitled to their opinion. In our chat, this is always going to be a supportive place. We're going to be an intelligent place where we're not going to have, crazy, toxic attacking each other or anything like that. I don't support that. So let's all try to learn together. Let's not muddy the waters with any personal attacks, ad hominem attacks, things like that. Let's keep it cool. Let people have their opinion, okay? And we'll all try to learn and grow together here and try to figure out what the hell is going on. That's always kind of the purpose of why I do what I do here. Okay, so I've got some 1s. I got some crying. 1, shame, same as Noriega. Mark says 1, okay? No machine gun possession. Give me a break. I had to laugh at that too. I'm not going to lie to you. I saw machine gun possession. I was like, he owns a whole military. What are they talking about? But yeah, I got a laugh out of that myself. 1s, okay. 0. Okay, whole thing's wrong. Okay. Nick, what happens? He's found not guilty in civilian court. Should be 1, same as Noriega, like as Mark said, but pretty crazy thought. You're right. What if he's found not guilty? That would be interesting. That will be interesting. I will stick around to see that. We'll have definitely a live stream on that one for sure. You guys can count on it, okay? If he's found not guilty, we're going to do an emergency live stream no matter what. So you guys can all come back here whenever that happens, and we will talk about it. But, okay. Yes, if the court is legitimate, Mountain Music. La Diamond Dog says 0.5 down the middle. I don't agree. Okay, Nick Helter Zeltzer, guy didn't pay $200 favorite tax stamp. You got a 0. Okay, you're torn. Pelican, Puerto Rico. Puerto Rican pecan is torn. I hear you. I hear you there. 0, 1s. Okay, this is interesting. Machine gun possession. It made me laugh. La Diamond Dog made me laugh too. He's like, what do you mean machine gun possession? I've got this in my house. I was the president of Venezuela. No. It's illegal for you to possess this firearm, sir. Can you imagine them explaining imagine them explaining the charges to him? He's probably like, what are they talking about? What? Unbelievable. Clown show. All right. Let's keep on driving here. I appreciate you guys participating in your votes. Helps out a lot. Let's watch a little bit more, and then I'll get back to the questions, okay? So if you have any more questions, put them in the Q&A, and I will get there in a second. Here we go.
The beginning there, because we also do know Maduro was indicted in 2020 in New York, but it was not previously known that his wife had been. How does Maduro's 2020 indictment in New York factor into the legal justification for this operation, or does it not?
It does. I mean, because an indictment against Noriega was one of the major justifications for the invasion of Panama. It's extremely important. And I think that makes this operation one of the things that justifies it, as well as the fact that Maduro was defeated in elections. He is not the legitimate leader. And as I said, he's aligned with hostile powers. But the fact that they're using an indictment through a grand jury shows that they're doing this to a large extent in the right way, through legal mechanisms. And they captured them alive, and they will stand trial, and they will have a fair trial. They are going to have attorneys of their choice, and they'll probably have vigorous defense. And I don't suspect that Maduro has very good odds here. He will almost certainly be convicted, and he will spend many, many years in the U.S. prison, which is where he belongs, for being a drug dealer, for the crimes committed against his own people. Of course, there are jurisdictional issues, but the U.S. has jurisdiction over the drug dealing, and the precedent is well established. I don't believe there's any controversy in the U.S. court system. And, I would be a critic of the fact that President Trump is not respectful, frankly, of our judicial system. But here he is working with our judicial system. And I think...
Okay. So we see he's been indicted in the court of New York in 2020, in the New York court system in 2020. He was indicted. And we see, obviously, that they're going to face trial using they're using, legal mechanisms to do this. They're still alive, all those things like that. Okay. So, I think at least for that part of it, they're doing the right thing. Okay. And I think for fulfilling the national security strategy and doing what they said they would do, again, it gives a lot of credibility to the United States as far as a world power. Okay. And as far as the power, the premier power in the Western Hemisphere. So how this all plays out, though, with the second wave, the second invasion, that's the biggest thing that concerns me. I think we've been saying it for a while now that Maduro better step down. We all knew it was coming, right? We knew regime change was coming. We knew it. I honestly am glad we didn't do it by bombing him into oblivion. I'm happy about that. I should say happy. I don't know the other word to say. I'm relieved that we didn't bomb them into oblivion, that we captured him alive. He's going to face the courts. And so I think that's important. But I'm going to get back to some of the questions now. I got some more questions here. All right, let me answer some of the questions we've got. And again, I appreciate everyone being here. Remember to like, subscribe, share so we can get more people involved. If you think somebody is going to want to see what we're talking about and see this coverage, then please share it with them right now or text them, tell them, hey, hop on. Okay. And that way it will serve. It'll be useful for people. Okay, let me see here. Let me see. Okay, I got a good question here. Good question from Bernie. Okay, Bernie. Ben, how far does this accelerate Taiwan? Okay. Yeah, we're going to see the reaction from China. Okay. Shortly, we're going to see, and very soon, we're going to see President Trump's comments. We're going to discuss that. And then we're going to see the reaction from China. Okay. And also the Russians' crazy reaction, as to be expected. But as far as how does it accelerate Taiwan, I would really say what this does is the concern I have is that China will want to flex its muscles. They will want to show that they are, that they are strong and that they can take action as well. And they may, just like Iran did, if you guys remember in a live stream I did, probably 2 weeks ago, Iran started seizing oil tankers in the Straits of Hormuz, okay? They were seizing oil tankers in the Straits of Hormuz in order to flex their muscles, but they were using the U.S. action as justification, saying, well, the U.S. under national security is seizing oil tankers. We need to too. We need to see what's on there. And so they did. So another bit of concern is, and it's a great question, Bernie, is that will China decide to do some type of aggression somewhere? Maybe Taiwan. I don't know. Maybe Taiwan, in order to show they're strong, but also as justification, saying, well, the U.S. is the hegemon in the Western Hemisphere. They're doing what they need to do. Maybe the playbook is we just seize Taiwan's leader. Now, can the Chinese do what we did? I don't think so. I don't think they can. I think Taiwan's too strong. I think Taiwan has air defenses and all those things, just like Venezuela did. But the Chinese do not have a joint force like the United States. They do not have decades of warfare combat experience. Like I said, we have been honing this skill for 45 years. The last 20 of those 45 years, the United States has been to war, conducting just this type of operation, going in, grabbing someone, okay, a high-value target, under threat of enemy fire, under threat of ground fire, with a blocking force, with a support force, with suppression of enemy air defenses. We call that SEAD. Doing SEAD missions with aircraft, with drones, with missiles, all kinds of things, okay? with troops on the ground, having blocking positions, containment positions, all these things, okay? When we do something like this, we isolate the target site by the air. We fly in, we isolate the target by air, okay? By ISR, it's intelligence, surveillance, reconnaissance, so we see everything going on. Then we isolate, okay, by destroying enemy air defenses or suppressing them, okay? We go in as well with blocking positions, meaning people on the ground to make sure no one's coming in to reinforce and no one is going to squirt out, okay? No squirters. So we have containment, which means they're facing in on the target, and we have blockers facing outside the target. So we have it all isolated, and the strike force goes in, the assault force. And for me, I had a team that was decisive operations team that was searching for the high-value target. And usually I had 2 teams like that, and then I had 2 assault teams, 2 assault support teams that were supporting the decisive operations team, the DO team, okay? And so the 2 DO teams were going after to accomplish the mission. The assault support teams were actually supporting them. And at any time, that could change on the target. It could be fluid. And all of a sudden, the assault support team became the decisive operations team, okay? If the situation changed on the ground. And the tactical leaders, the hunter-killer team leaders, the assault team leaders make those calls on the ground in coordination with the ground force commander and the raid force commander, okay? So all that stuff. And so what I'm saying is by describing the layers of complexity in this, I don't think China has that, okay? I'm sure right now if they had a JSOC and it was just as experienced as ours, they'd be like, well, watch this. Let's go grab Taiwan's leader. This is the playbook. If you can, but you can't, okay? And so I will direct your attention to Thucydides, okay? Or as the Greeks say, Thucydides, okay? Thucydides. Thucydides said, all right, in the Peloponnesian War, the strong do as they can, the weak suffer what they must, okay? This is a famous quote, okay? A famous quote from Thucydides. The strong do what they can, the weak suffer what they must, okay? No one's going to like that comment, okay? People always give backlash. I'm quoting history from one of the master strategists of all time, okay? In this case, the United States has the capability, so they did it. They could arrest Maduro and take him. You're not safe, all right? Like President Trump said, he better watch his ass. The next leader they're talking about in South America, he said he better watch his ass. He's got all these cocaine factories pumping cocaine into our country. He better watch his ass. In the Marine Corps, we'd always say, you better tighten your screws before they get tightened for you. You tighten your own screws or we're going to tighten them for you, okay? So it's the same thing. In this case, if China had that capability, would they do it? So, Bernie, to your point in your question, okay, Bernie, I think China would do it if they could. That's what I think. I think Russia would have captured Zelensky if they could, but they can't, so they don't, okay? So instead, they do these big elephant-like movements with massive tanks and bombardments and trying to conquer the whole place so they can move in close enough to get the leader. We don't need to do that. We have such a precision strike force developed over 45 years that was made into such a capability that we can conduct an arrest. We can serve a warrant on someone and conduct regime change without destroying the country. Okay? Almost no other country on earth can do that. To that level, we just did it. They have the capability maybe once you get them on the ground, but how are you going to get them out? How are you going to protect them? All these things like that. Okay? We have a joint force that's built around doing this. And again, my point, everyone, is not to glorify our capability. I mean, obviously, you can see I'm passionate about it. I'm excited about it. It was my life for a long time, okay? And I love our U.S. military. But Bernie, my point is to answer Bernie's question, and my point is this. I think it does accelerate Taiwan, and I think that the Chinese lack the capability to do what we just did. So right now, they're asking themselves, they're like, damn, how do we do that? Can we do something like it? Can we capture somebody? Maybe in China, we can capture some Taiwanese people. Not the same effect. Russia's saying the same thing. You know, damn, we developed the wrong thing. We should have done that. We could have brought Ukraine to its knees. Or maybe not. Ukraine's different. Those people fight. But taking the Taiwanese leader away might be a good move. I don't know. But he's not a dictator, as I understand it, so maybe it doesn't have the same effect. But I think if China could do it, I think they would. I think if Russia could do it, I think they would. I think if Iran could do it, I think they would. But they can't. Okay? So hopefully that answers your question, Bernie. Tell me in the chat if that helps. Okay, awesome. Thanks, Bernie. 100% agree. I think I went off a little bit on the rails there. Gave a really long answer to it, but a great question. I love it. Let's get to the next question here. Nick, actually, wait a second. Yeah, Nick. Okay, got you. How do you think the lessons learned from Iraq regarding transitioning the government military to whatever follows this? Basically, how to transition things without stuff like disbanding the military. Okay, you remember I talked about this earlier in the live stream today. In the beginning of the live stream, in like the first 30 minutes, Nick, I talked about this, but I think we learned the lesson in Iraq. You can't disband the military. If you disband the military, okay, and you send them away, you're creating new enemies, new insurgents. So I think if we have to do a second wave on Venezuela, we want to make sure that we are trying to bring their military on as a partner. We're trying to talk them down. We're trying to make sure the military understands, hey, we're not out to kill you guys. We're trying to do this. Do it with us. Okay, let's make Venezuela great again, to quote President Trump. That's what he said. Okay. I think that's going to be very important that we don't alienate the Venezuelans. We let them know our problem was with Maduro. Our problem is not with you. Okay. Certain areas of the military that are bad or that were totally aligned with Maduro, we have to see if they'll turn, right? You have to be able to work with people that you didn't think you're going to be able to work with if your interests align. Okay. I think in this case, because if you just send them all away and you say, get out of here, be gone, you're banished, they will form insurgent groups and they will fight you and they will ruin your plans. And they might still try to ruin them from within. Okay. But you have to be ready. They're probably going to have all the same corrupt practices, things like that, same corruption. But the difference is that Maduro is gone. And now you can work with the people who are willing to come over to your side. And you want to win over the fence sitters too. The people who are the irreconcilables, that's who you're going to have to really deal with and probably, imprison or something else. Okay. But I think those are the big things that I think we learned in Iraq, is not to assume that you can just disband the military and form a new military without them, right? Now you have to do all these training teams and all this stuff when you've got trained guys right there. Make them swear new oaths. Make sure you don't have any insurgent forces. You have to, it's easier said than done. I know that. I'm not naive to think that they might not rebel against us or the new government. I know that. But if we learned anything, it was that disbanding them totally can lead to a whole other bunch of problems. Okay. Hopefully that answers your question, Nick. Tell me in the chat if that answers it. Let's see. I got Luther. Yep. Luther Morton. What happens now? So, Luther, what happens now? I think we have to wait and see. I think we have to wait and see what the Venezuelan military does, the Venezuelan people, the Venezuelan government. I know right now they're taking us very seriously. I think we have Marco Rubio, Secretary Hegseth, they say they're running the country right now, okay? And so, I mean, there's going to be an interim government running the country. I think we already have the legitimately elected leader of Venezuela. We have her in the United States. We rescued her, okay? So whether they try to install her, that's who the people want. So I think there's going to be some type of transitional authorities, transitional power where that's going to happen. And for the meantime, the president said, we're running the country now. I'm sure all of the leaders in Venezuela are wondering, what the hell does that mean? Okay. I think the last thing any of us wants is a major invasion, more bloodshed, destruction of infrastructure, more killing, death on our side, death on their side. I don't think anybody wants that. I think we have to really go in there with diplomacy, finding a peaceful solution for a way forward, because they arrested Maduro, okay? And we got the strategic objective. And now moving forward, the next objective is what President Trump said to the world, is to enrich the Venezuelans through the oil, make sure the oil is flowing. It makes the Venezuelans rich, a rich country, make Venezuela great again, make them a great ally and partner of the United States, all those things. So I think that's what happens next. Okay, hopefully that answers your question. All right, let's get to this last one from Paul. Would he be held accountable by military tribunal or regular criminal court in New York City? It sounds like they're doing regular court in New York City, Paul. You guys put it in the chat if I'm wrong, but I think they're doing a regular court in New York City. But put in the chat if I'm wrong about that, okay? Appreciate all the questions. Fantastic. Awesome questions. I'm going to ask a Narcos Rubio. You mean? I've never heard that before. Narcos Rubio. That's a good one. I've never heard that. Guys, remember to like, subscribe, and share. Please smash the like button. If you aren't subscribed, please subscribe. It's going to help the channel out. And share this with anybody who is and share this with anybody who you think is going to benefit them. I see I have a LOL, no way, bro, you're delusional. I might be. I don't know which part I'm delusional about, but again, we all are okay, I don't know if it's me or you're talking to somebody else, but let's see. The deal was done a few days ago. The U.S. is done. That's why we're trying to retake. Maybe, man. Maybe. We'll see. We shall see. We'll see. History is going to judge how it all plays out. But for right now, I hope we don't do another invasion there. I appreciate the comments, everybody. And we got a lively chat. It's awesome. And I appreciate you guys. And I appreciate the way you treat each other as well, too. Respectfully. It's okay to disagree. It's okay to banter and to argue. But let's keep it respectful. And, let's learn how to have discussion without all the hatred and vitriol and craziness. So I appreciate all of you guys. You guys are awesome. I think we got the best chat around. Okay, let's do it. Narcos Rubio. Yeah, that did make me laugh. It's hilarious. Yeah, the world stages. We're going to get to it in a minute, guys. We're going to get into President Trump's comments here, and then we're going to get into the reaction on the world stage, okay? And we're going to do that in 1 minute. Let's watch this video really fast, and then we're going to get right into that, okay? Here we go. We're going to continue to watch this, and then we will get into the president's comments, and we're going to get into as well president comments, U.S. official comments, and then the world reaction. Okay, so we got a lot of stuff to cover. Stick with me here, and we're going to hit that. Let's see. All right, here we go. I think this is the one I want. There we go. All right.
I think that some of the most successful things that President Trump has done on occasion are cases where U.S. policy has been consistent. It's not really a break with the Biden administration in terms of indicting Maduro, seeking his removal from power, seeking restoration of democracy, but perhaps a little bit having the guts to do something that isn't actually dangerous, risky, or costly to the United States. This also happened with moving the embassy to Jerusalem. Multiple presidents since Bill Clinton had promised to move the embassy. The U.S. Senate, the U.S. Congress, actually both houses, repeatedly, nearly all universally supported moving that embassy. The last resolution by the U.S. Senate, I forget the year, was like 90-1 that the United States should move the embassy. But every president before Donald Trump was too afraid to do that. They mistakenly thought that there would be dangerous consequences. So occasionally, and I don't want to play luck, because there a lot of times when presidents are afraid of doing something, there's a very good reason. But I think that's what is playing out here. Trump had the guts to do this, and sometimes that can be a good thing. But if you think about it analytically, what are the risks here? The Venezuelans do not have significant military forces. The United States is very powerful. This is practically a backyard. The Venezuelans have U.S. fighter jets from the 70s, which have not properly been maintained. Virtually impossible when the United States and Europeans and our Asian allies oppose that particular government. The people despise Maduro. They voted very, very substantially against him. So the risks are low, and the risks of allowing Maduro to stay in power were not zero to the United States because of their alignment with hostile powers, Russia, China, Iran, and the other side benefit. And I think this is a personal thing for our Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, is the Venezuelans do a lot to support the dictatorship in Cuba, which is very personal for Marco Rubio because his family fled that brutal, horrible dictatorship. And he was along a senator of the state of Florida, where Cuban exiles and refugees are a large part of what was his constituency. So the risk to the United States wasn't great there of doing this operation. Now, the challenge is, fortunately, we're not seeing, God forbid, chaos or instability. The challenge is this regime could continue on, and we could have another thug, basically, another criminal. So that's the challenge. And then that starts to feel a little bit like unfinished business. But at least Maduro will stand trial, which is what he deserves.
And Michael, I know I've had you on here for quite a bit, but we do have a large number of viewers who are now just tuning in the 8 o'clock hour. So I would like you to stay on if you can here. And just to recap for us, I wanted to share this post here from President Trump, because right now we just know that Maduro and his wife have been captured, flown out of the country. A question we have, we don't know the whereabouts. However, President Trump has posted here that there will be a press conference at Mar-a-Lago. That's going to happen at 11 a.m. Eastern time. What questions do you have, Michael? And what can we expect at this press conference? What can President Trump share about this, and what can't he share to the public?
There may be some operational details that he can't share. It's not completely clear if all military operations are completely wrapped up. Certainly, if there's anything the United States military needs to continue to do, it's very important the president and everyone else keeps the integrity of the operations. Today, we've seen an incredibly successful military operation. I understand that was done by our Delta Force to capture the president, the legal president, because he was defeated by election, Maduro and his wife, and now they will stand trial. It was an excellent operation by all indications, executed very well. Maduro and his wife faced indictments in the United States, so there was legal justification, and it's very nice to see that at the very least, this dictator that has caused a lot of suffering, who's been oppressive, who's subverted Venezuelan democracy, at least he will face justice. What I think we should like to see is that democracy is restored to Venezuela. And that would allow democratic elections, rule of law, but it's too early to know right now whether that will be the case, unfortunately. But just an incredibly successful operation by the U.S. military, which demonstrates how it is by far the most effective.
Okay. So I put a new poll up for you guys. And basically I'm asking, do you think this strikes fear in the world leaders? This strikes fear in world leaders that the U.S. can do this. Okay. We're going to see some strong reactions. Like I said, a very strong reaction from the Russians that makes me think they're probably crapping themselves, honestly, that we could just do this. And so, I hate to say it, F around and find out, right? You think we're kidding. You think, oh, they won't do it. They don't want this quagmire. They don't want to go in there. There's no way they can do it. I'm totally protected. Russia protects me. China protects me. Yeah, not for something like this. I'm telling you, you don't want to bet against the U.S. military. I'm just saying that. I mean, especially this day and age right now, especially for an operation like this, the precision strikes. And I'm not talking boots on the ground, sitting there, occupying, installing a democratic regime. I'm saying for a quick strike like this, you never want to bet against the U.S. military. I mean, we are the best. We're the best in history, not just the best in the world. There's no comparison. There's been nothing like this ever in U.S. history that could do this. I mean, in the world history that could do this, okay? So I think you're right. Some people say no. Most people say so far 15 votes. If you're watching, guys, vote in our poll, please. Do you think this strikes fear in world leaders' hearts, in world leaders, that the U.S. can do this, okay? I want to get a good idea from you guys. I appreciate you guys' chat. Thank you. And then I also want to get a little idea, too, in the chat, what you guys are thinking, okay? Put a 1 in the chat. Put a 1 in the chat if you're ready to get to President Trump's remarks and do the reaction to President Trump's remarks. If you want to keep on talking about the raid, and about the tactical operations, put a 0. But if you're ready to get to President Trump's remarks and start analyzing that, put a 1 in the chat. I just want to get an idea where you guys are at right now, okay? Put a 1 in the chat if you're ready to go on to President Trump's remarks And then put a 0 if you want to continue talking about the tactical actions, the raid, the military aspect, all those things. Either a 1 or a 0, guys. Just give me some feedback here so I know, because I've got some more I can cover tactically, but I want to make sure that I'm, I'm also very aware of what you guys want and what you want to see. Hoorah, there we go, Paul. I see you. Okay, Mark says more tactical stuff. All right, Mark. A lot of votes for moving on to we'll never. I think if we're smart, we won't. They're 3-2, 3-2. If we're smart, we won't go head to head with those countries because that'll be a bloodbath. It won't be good. Won't be good for anybody, It's just, that's just like survival in the jungle, right? You're a lion, you don't try to fight an elephant, or two lions it's not good if they fight. It's better if they're hunting things they can kill. So I don't disagree with you. I don't disagree with you on that. Even if somebody wins, you lose. You lose a lot of blood, treasure, and if you can have peace and have prosperity and have economy grow, And I know the question is, why can't we just do that with everybody? I know there are a lot of questions and some people think they're naive, but yeah, man, peaceful growth and everybody getting rich and happy and peaceful together would be awesome. Unfortunately, it hasn't worked out that way ever in the world, So we've become better though. I will say over the past 100 years, the world has become more peaceful since World War II, if you can believe that. There are a lot of studies that are put out about that, okay? That there's been less major war, very few and far between. Obviously, the Russia-Ukraine thing is something that I think might flip that study on its head, but we shall see. Okay. Everybody's ready. Everybody's ready to get to President Trump's comments, except for Mark. Mark, we will have a sidebar session later on this. All right. And the poll, I got 19 votes. Again, I got a lot more people watching. So if you haven't voted in the poll yet, please vote in the poll. Do you think this strikes fear in world leaders that the U.S. can do this? 79% so far said yes. 20% said no. Again, remember to like this video. Please smash the like button. Subscribe if you're not subscribed yet. I really appreciate your support. And then also share this with anybody you think that would get something out of this, that they would like to be involved in this live stream or to watch it later on. So, all right, let's go ahead and get into this. Without any further ado, let's get over to President Trump, because the overwhelming majority of you voted for seeing President Trump's comments, and that's where we're going to go right now. I'm going to give the people what they want. So we're going to go ahead and do that. Okay, actually, and before we go exactly to his comments, here's some off-the-cuff stuff. No, we'll go do it. We're going to go right to his comments. We're going to do it right now. I said I would. We're going to go right to it. Let's see. Okay. Here we go. All right, everybody. Let's hear from President Trump on this. Make sure we are all good. And here we go. Let's start it.
This is unconstitutional and not what the American people asked for, end quote. Republicans showing the praise for this and Democrats continuing overall to show their opposition to it. We will have several of those lawmakers on throughout the day and be in touch with them so we can bring you all of the latest information. And of course, we're keeping an eye on different developments in the situation here, things that President Trump has and has not said just yet. Hey, Nicolás is the first photo that has been released by U.S. officials showing Maduro in custody as he is on that U.S. warship headed for New York, where he has been indicted. He and his wife both indicted and expected to face some serious charges there. Not quite clear if we are going to get any sort of live images from inside the courtroom when they arrive, or even images that show their arrival. However, anything we get, we're going to bring to you live, uninterrupted, on Live Now from Fox. That is what we do.
All right, President Trump
actually spoke to
should be coming here,
and his wife, taking them into custody and bringing them back to the U.S. to face the charge. As he spoke with
due to a certain American obliteration.
In the attack, we see President Trump. Let's lift up the audio.
Here we go, everyone.
Okay, thank you very much. This is big stuff. We appreciate you being here. Late last night and early today, at my direction, the United States Armed Forces conducted an extraordinary military operation in the capital of Venezuela. Overwhelming American military power, air, land, and sea, was used to launch a spectacular assault. And it was an assault like people have not seen since World War II. It was a force against a heavily fortified military fortress in the heart of Caracas to bring outlaw dictator Nicolás Maduro to justice. This was one of the most stunning, effective, and powerful displays of American military might and competence in American history. And if you think about it, we've done some other good ones, like the attack on Soleimani, the attack on al-Baghdadi, and the obliteration and decimation of the Iran nuclear sites just recently in an operation known as Midnight Hammer. All perfectly executed and done. No nation in the world could achieve what America achieved yesterday, or frankly, in just a short period of time. All Venezuelan military capacities were rendered powerless as the men and women of our military, working with U.S. law enforcement, successfully captured Maduro in the dead of night. It was dark. The lights of Caracas were largely turned off due to a certain expertise that we have. It was dark and it was deadly. But captured along with his wife, Celia Flores, both of whom now face American justice. Maduro and Flores have been indicted in the Southern District of New York, it's Jay Clayton, for their campaign of deadly narcoterrorism against the United States and its citizens. I want to thank the men and women of our military who achieved such an extraordinary success overnight with breathtaking speed, power, precision, and competence. You rarely see anything like it. You've seen some raids in this country that didn't go so well. They were an embarrassment. If you look back to Afghanistan, or if you look back to the Jimmy Carter days, they were different days. We're a respected country again, like never before. These highly trained warriors, operating in collaboration with U.S. law enforcement, caught them in a very ready position. They were waiting for us. They knew we had many ships out in the sea. We're just sort of waiting. They knew we were coming. So they were in what's called a ready position, but they were completely overwhelmed and very quickly incapacitated. If you would have seen what I saw last night, you would have been very impressed. I'm not sure that you'll ever get to see it, but it was an incredible thing to see. Not a single American service member was killed, and not a single piece of American equipment was lost. We had many helicopters, many planes, many people involved in that fight. But think of that, not one piece of military equipment was lost, not one service member was, more importantly, killed. The United States military is the strongest and most fearsome military on the planet by far, with capabilities and skills our enemies can scarcely begin to imagine. We have the best equipment anywhere in the world. There's no equipment like what we have. And you see that even if you just look at the boats. You know, we've knocked out 97% of the drugs coming in by sea. 90%. Each boat kills on average, 25,000 people. We knocked out 97%. And those drugs mostly come from a place called Venezuela. We're going to run the country until such time as we can do a safe, proper, and judicious transition. So we don't want to be involved with having somebody else get in, and we have the same situation that we had for the last long period of years. So we are going to run the country until such time as we can do a safe, proper, and judicious transition. Can take place. So we're going to stay until such time as we're going to run it, essentially, until such time as a proper transition can take place. As everyone knows, the oil business in Venezuela has been a bust, a total bust, for a long period of time. They were pumping almost nothing by comparison to what they could have been pumping and what could have taken place. We're going to have our very large United States oil companies, the biggest anywhere in the world, go in, spend billions of dollars, fix the badly broken infrastructure, the oil infrastructure, and start making money for the country. And we are ready to stage a second and much larger attack if we need to do so. So we were prepared to do a second wave if we needed to do so. We actually assumed that a second wave would be necessary, but now it's probably not. The first wave, if you'd like to call it that, the first attack was so successful, we probably don't have to do a second, but we're prepared to do a second wave, a much bigger wave, actually. This was pinpoint, but we have a much bigger wave that probably won't have to do. This partnership of Venezuela with the United States of America, a country that everybody wants to be involved with because of what we were able to do and accomplish, will make the people of Venezuela rich, independent, and safe. And it will also make the many, many people from Venezuela that are living in the United States extremely happy. They suffered. They suffered. So much was taken from them. They're not going to suffer anymore. The illegitimate dictator Maduro was the kingpin of a vast criminal network responsible for trafficking colossal amounts of deadly and illicit drugs into the United States. As alleged in the indictment, he personally oversaw the vicious cartel known as Cartel de las Solas, which flooded our nation with lethal poison, responsible for the deaths of countless Americans, the many, many Americans. Hundreds of thousands over the years of Americans died because of him. Maduro and his wife will soon face the full might of American justice and stand trial on American soil. Right now, they're on a ship they'll be heading to, ultimately, New York. And then a decision will be made, I assume, between New York and Miami or Florida. But we have people where the overwhelming evidence of their crimes will be presented in a court of law. And I've seen it. I've seen what we have. It's both horrible and breathtaking that something like this could have been allowed to take place. For many years after his term as president of Venezuela expired, Maduro remained in power and waged a ceaseless campaign of violence, terror, and subversion against the United States of America, threatening not only our people, but the stability of the entire region. And you all saw it. In addition to trafficking gigantic amounts of illegal drugs that inflicted untold suffering and human destruction all over the country, all over in particular the United States. Maduro sent savage and murderous gangs, including the bloodthirsty prison gang, Tren de Aragua, to terrorize American communities nationwide. And he did indeed. They were in Colorado. They took over apartment complexes. They cut the fingers off people if they called police. They were brutal, but they're not so brutal now. And I just have to congratulate our military, Pete and everybody, and our National Guard, because the job that they've done, whether it's in Washington, D.C., where we have a totally safe city, where it was one of the most unsafe cities.
All right, I'm going to pause it really quickly here. I want to ask you guys a question. We still have our poll going on. If you haven't participated in our poll yet, the question is, does this prove that the U.S. is the most powerful military in the world? I have 60% say yes right now, 40% say no, about 20 votes. So if you're out there watching, participate in our poll so we can all learn together and see what everyone thinks. I want to see what you guys think out there. The question I have for you guys right now, another poll, okay? And yes, we're going to talk about Tren de Agua, we're going to talk about Cartel de los Soles and all those things. But a more broad question, a broader question I want to ask you is this about countering narcoterrorism, or is this about oil? If it's about countering narcoterrorism, put an N in the chat. If this is about oil, put an O in the chat, okay? Again, if you think this was more about countering narcoterrorism coming from the country, from the Venezuelans, from Maduro, put an N. If you think it was more about getting our hands on the oil, put an O. Now, for everyone out there, I know there are lots of nuances. I know that there are lots of complexities. I know that things are interconnected. That's why I didn't ask you if it was about oil or national security, because the oil is a part of national security, okay? I didn't ask you about energy security because that's a part of national security. But more specifically, getting very nuanced and very specific, within our national security, because again, we covered the Trump 2025 national security strategy last Friday. Is this more specifically, do you think, about narcoterrorism? Put an N. If it's about oil, put an O. All right, got some votes coming in. I appreciate you guys participating. We got an O. No about oil. O-O-O-N. Okay. Got you. I see you, Steve. I've got oil, N. Okay. O'Reilly's. That made me think of it, actually. See, we can laugh even during this little bit. If we were on a traditional news source, we could not be laughing right now. We'd be very serious. But Puerto Rican pecan, you made me laugh because honestly, as I said that, all of a sudden it triggered that same thing. That's a great ad, by the way, that they can get in our heads like that. Okay, Phoenix flying, both. Okay, that's a great point because you're right. But tell me which one you think is a little bit more. Which one's more? Mountain music. Okay, both. Okay, I got both again. All right. But do you have one? It's Salati Lupati. If you have one that you think is a little bit more that edges the other one out, if it's right down the middle, got it. But if you think it's a little more oil or it's a little more narcoterrorism, just put an N or an O. Okay. But I see what you're saying. You're saying it's both. I agree with you. That both are a part of this because it all goes into national security. But which one is it? And there's also the consideration that we didn't really think about the oil until we had this opportunity because of the narcoterrorism, because he's not playing, because he's, cozying up to China and Iran and Russia. We never really thought about taking the oil back. Maybe we thought about it. Maybe there has to be somebody talking to President Trump saying, if we got our hands on that Venezuelan oil, I'm telling you. And again, if you guys have been with me on my live streams, I have another live stream. Last week on the 26th of December, I covered the national security strategy, and we talked about that. The week before that was Venezuela. The week before that was Venezuela again. These are my Friday live streams, okay? Where we deep dived into different types of oil that are available and why the Venezuelan crude oil, heavy crude, is good for us, good for our Texas refineries, because they have refineries that are very hard to build, take a long time. They're not easy. They're expensive. But our Houston-based oil refineries can take the Venezuelan heavy crude, okay? So that's a big thing to know. And so I do think it's both. But I think, did the chicken come before the egg? How did this all, I don't know. We probably will never actually know, okay? But at least we do have the national security strategy, which clearly states the Western Hemisphere is the priority, and I think that's a good thing. At least it was written down that this is what's going to happen. We're going to dominate the Western Hemisphere, and we did. So, Donroe Doctrine thing, yep, okay. Got a lot of O's in there. Okay, I really appreciate you guys voting. If you haven't voted in our poll, does this prove that the U.S. is the most powerful military in the world? That the U.S. military is the most powerful military in the world? I've got almost down the middle now. 35 votes. I got 57% saying yes, 43% saying no. I saw some good comments from you guys too, saying that this doesn't prove anything because they're not a competitor with us. Also, yes, precision strikes we are the best in the world at, but conventional military knockdown, drag out, fight. This isn't the same thing. I agree with you on that too. I agree with you on that. Now we can do precision strikes to take out leadership, but a knockdown, drag out fight, conventional war has a lot to do with national will too. And guys, I want you guys to take a look at Russia. How is Russia able to sustain a 4-year war with 1 million people? This is when you start talking about national culture, okay? National culture to support a war like this. Also, the national will to support a war like this. Do we have the same national will that Russia has? Now, mind you, Russia's will also comes from no choice because Putin is a dictator and he's telling them what to do. But nonetheless, it's still a part of the national will. Like if Xi says to China, we're going to war, you're going to do it because if you don't go, then you're going to be in jail or be killed. So that's part of national will and a martial culture. Why were the Spartans so powerful? The Spartans were powerful because of their martial culture, their military culture, their national will, their culture, okay? The Athenians actually ended up beating them, but the Athenians had more of a democracy, more freedom. But they ended up beating them, I think, as a naval force and as a force overall. But without the Spartans, the Athenians would have fell. Okay, and so very interesting. But national will matters. Okay, so I appreciate you guys voting in the poll. I'm going to close that poll down, and there we go. Let's watch a little bit more of this now. Here we go.
Anywhere in the world, frankly, and now have no crime in Washington, D.C. We haven't had a killing. We had the terrorist attack a few weeks ago. A little bit of a different kind of a threat, but we haven't had a killing in a long period of time, 6-7 months. We used to have on average two a week in Washington, our capital. We don't have that anymore. The restaurants are opening. Everyone's happy. They're walking their daughters. They're walking their children, their wives. They walk to restaurants. Restaurants are opening all over Washington, D.C. So I want to thank the National Guard. I want to thank our military. And I want to thank law enforcement. Been amazing. And they should do it with more cities. We're doing it, as you know, and we're doing it in Memphis, Tennessee right now, and crime is down. We've just sort of started a few weeks ago, but crime is down now 77%. And the governor of Louisiana called, great person, and he wanted us to help him, as you know, in a certain very nice part of Louisiana. And we have done that. And it was a rough section, and we have crime down. I understand it's down to almost nothing already after 2.5 weeks. New Orleans, it's down to almost nothing. And we've only been there for 2.5 weeks. Can't imagine why governors wouldn't want us to help. We also helped, as you know, in Chicago, and crime went down a little bit there. We did a very small help because we had no working ability with the governor. The governor was a disaster and the mayor was a disaster, but it knocked down crime. But we're pulling out of there. When they need us, we'll know. You'll know. You'll be writing about it. And likewise, Los Angeles, where we saved Los Angeles early on, where the head of the police department made a statement that if the federal government didn't come in, we would have lost Los Angeles. That's long after the fires. That's when they had the riots in Los Angeles. We did a great job. Got no credit for it whatsoever, but that's okay. It doesn't matter. We don't need the credit. But we'll be pulling out when they need us. They'll call, or we'll go back if we have to. We'll go back. But we did a great job in various cities. But the place that we're very proud of is Washington, D.C., because it's our nation's capital. We took it from being a crime-ridden mess to being one of the safest cities.
All right. I got to ask a question. So do you think, put a 1 in the chat if you think the president should be talking about domestic deployments of troops right now in the National Guard? Put a 1 in the chat if you think the president should be talking about deploying the National Guard domestically at home, okay, right now in this situation. Put a 0 in the chat if you don't think the president should be talking about National Guard deployments at home, okay? Again, put a 1 in the chat if you think the president should be talking about this, about the National Guard deployments at home. Put a 0 in the chat if you don't think right now is the time he should be talking about that, okay? It's almost like he's taking advantage of the situation to bring up his other agendas, other wins, when this is enough of a situation of itself, in my opinion. But you put a 1 in the chat if you think he should be talking about, 0 if he should not. Okay? 0 is no, he shouldn't talk about National Guard deployments at home right now. 1 is yes, he should talk about it. And in either way, I just want to get your opinions, okay? I'm not going to judge you either way. You make up your own mind. And again, participate in our poll. We've got 17 votes. Does this make the Epstein files kind of fade into the background? And I guess when I say that, the words have meaning, I know. I'm trying to say, does this take our eyes and our minds off the Epstein files? Like, that was a big thing. People were up in arms going crazy. And then all of a sudden, right, what do we have? We had, boom, Minnesota fraud. Whoa, distraction, crazy. Then, boom, war. Whoa, crazy, right? So, I mean, obviously the Russia-Ukraine thing is going on. But to me, you know, what's the best way to get people's mind off something that's potentially massively damning and very problematic, you know, for the president, for a lot of powerful people? Well, how about a good old war, right? And I don't mean to be so cynical or conspiracy theorist. I'm just saying this is a tool of strategy. It's very Machiavellian. Machiavelli wrote The Prince. And in that, he talks about things like this, okay? In Sun Tzu talks about this. Sun Tzu, the Chinese strategist. You know, deception plans, keeping people's minds off the things that threaten you, right? All those things like that. That's why I'm asking that question in the poll. Okay, so please get your vote in there. I want to see that. I'm going to keep it up for about 10 minutes. And so if you say yes, it doesn't mean, when I'm asking about the Epstein files, I'm not asking, are you done with the Epstein files now? That's not what I'm asking. I'm asking, does this kind of make it fade into the background? Like we have a new thing to focus on, and we're not thinking of that as much, right? Where are the million new documents they said they were going to release? Where are they? I don't know. No one's talking about it anymore. They're talking about this or Minnesota fraud. I know I was, right? So I'm just saying, we got to think about it. Nick, I mean, referencing the 2 anti-ISIS strikes that happened to be in charge for as the comparison to this event in the speech and everything else was something not as good. Yeah, I agree. Steve, try being civil. Okay. Yep. Okay, that's a good point. Be civil to each other, guys. Let's not get nuts in here. I don't want to create this toxic type chat. All right, let's go. Let's keep watching. Here we go.
In the country. But the gangs that they sent raped, tortured, and murdered American women and children. They were in all of the cities I mentioned, Tren de Aragua. And they were sent by Maduro to terrorize our people. And now Maduro will never again be able to threaten an American citizen or anybody from Venezuela. There will no longer be threats. For years, I've highlighted the stories of those innocent Americans whose lives were so heartlessly robbed by this Venezuelan terrorist organization. Really one of the worst. One of the worst, they say the worst. Americans like 12-year-old Jocelyn Nungari from Houston. Beautiful Jocelyn Nungari, what happened to her? They, as you know, they kidnapped, assaulted, and murdered by Tren de Aragua animals. They murdered Jocelyn. and left her dead under the bridge. There was a bridge that will never be the same to so many people after seeing what happened. As I've said many times, the Maduro regime emptied out their prisons, sent their worst and most violent monsters into the United States to steal American lives. And they came from mental institutions and insane asylums. They came from prisons and jails. The reason I say both, they sound similar. Actually, prisons a little bit more hostile, a little bit tougher. A mental institution isn't as tough as an insane asylum, but we got them both. They sent from their mental institutions. They sent from their jails, prisons. They were drug dealers. They were drug kingpins. They sent everybody bad into the United States, but no longer. And we have now a border where nobody gets through. In addition, Venezuela unilaterally seized and stole American oil, American assets, and American platforms, costing us billions and billions of dollars. They did this a while ago, but we never had a president that did anything about it. They took all of our property. It was our property. We built it. And we never had a president that decided to do anything about it. Instead, they fought wars that were 10,000 miles away. We built Venezuela oil industry with American talent, drive, and skill, and the socialist regime stole it from us during those previous administrations, and they stole it through force. This constituted one of the largest thefts of American property in the history of our country. Considered the largest theft of property in the history of our country. Massive oil infrastructure was taken like we were babies, and we didn't do anything about it. I would have done something about it. America will never allow foreign powers to rob our people or drive us back into and out of our own hemisphere. That's what they did. Furthermore, under the now deposed dictator Maduro, Venezuela was increasingly hosting foreign adversaries in our region and acquiring menacing offensive weapons that could threaten U.S. interests and lives. And they used those weapons last night. Potentially in league with the cartels operating along our border. All of these actions were in gross violation of the core principles of American foreign policy, dating back more than 2 centuries. And not anymore. All the way back, it dated to the Donroe Doctrines. And the Donroe Doctrine is a big deal, but we've superseded it by a lot, by a real lot. They now call it the Donroe Doctrine. I don't know. It's Donroe Doctrine. We sort of forgot about it. It was very important, but we forgot about it. We don't forget about it anymore. Under our new national security strategy, American dominance in the Western Hemisphere will never be questioned again. Won't happen. So just in concluding, for decades, other administrations have neglected or even contributed to these growing security threats in the Western Hemisphere. Under the Trump administration, we are reasserting American power in a very powerful way in our home region. And our home region is very different than it was just a short while ago. The future will be, and we did this in my first term. We had great dominance in my first term, and we have far greater dominance right now. Everyone's coming back to us. The future will be determined by the ability to protect commerce and territory and resources that are core to national security. These are core to our national security. Just like tariffs they've made our country rich, and they've made our national security stronger than ever before. But these are the iron laws that have always determined global power. And we're going to keep it that way. We will secure our borders. We will stop the terrorists. We will crash the cartels, and we will defend our citizens against all threats, foreign and domestic. Other presidents may have lacked the courage or whatever to defend America, but I will never allow terrorists and criminals to operate with impunity against the United States. This extremely successful operation should serve as warning to anyone who would threaten American sovereignty or endanger American lives. Very importantly, the embargo on all Venezuelan oil remains in full effect. The American armada remains poised in position, and the United States retains all military options until United States demands have been fully met and fully satisfied. All political and military figures in Venezuela should understand what happened to Maduro can happen to them, and it will happen to them if they aren't just, fair, even to their people. The dictator and terrorist Maduro is finally gone, and Venezuela people are free. They're free again. It's been a long time for them, but they're free. America is a safer nation this morning. It's a prouder nation this morning because it didn't allow this horrible person and this country that was doing very bad things to us. It didn't allow it to happen. And the Western Hemisphere is right now a much safer place to be. So I want to thank everybody for being here. I want to thank General Raisin Kane. He's a fantastic man. I've worked with a lot of generals. I worked with some I didn't like. I worked with some I didn't respect. I worked with some that just weren't good.
All right, I'm going to ask you guys, we let it play for a while. Put a 1 in the chat if you think that the Western Hemisphere is a safer place now, as President Trump just said. He said the Western Hemisphere is a safer place now. Put a 1 in the chat if you think the Western Hemisphere is a safer place now after the U.S., after we captured Maduro. And put a 0 in the chat if you think it's not a safer place. And in fact, we're probably heading towards more conflict. 1 in the chat if you think it's a safer place now after this operation, and a 0 in the chat if you think it's not a safer place. All right, guys, just remember, keep the language clean in the chat, okay? Because YouTube does flag it. And treat each other respectfully and support each other and be cool. You can have your opinion. You can say what you want to say, but use respectful language and don't get off the rails, because I'll just kick your ass out, okay? There we go. Let's see. A 1. Mountain Music, 1. On a road to war. Safer. Yep, safer. Okay, safer. 0. Going to war. 0. Okay, we are not safer. 0. Sue, 0. 1. Okay. Puerto Rican PM. Let's say 1 or 2 trustworthy mods are beneficial. Ben could get demonetized. Yep, exactly. You're right about that. Freddie, 0 is all the way. We got a good chat here, good community. You guys are on fire, man. It's awesome. Okay, so we got a pretty balance there. Some people are saying we're a bit safer now, and some people are saying we're not. Let's count it up. We got votes of 1, 2, 3. 3 of we're safer, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 saying that we're not safer. Okay. And again, like a lot of our polls are very close. We got a cool chat, man. You guys are doing awesome. You're on fire. We have a lot of great opinions. Just remember, let's just keep it all respectful, okay? Say what you have to say, but don't point any toxic energy at anybody in the chat. All right? Say what you have to say. You guys can argue back and forth respectfully. It's fine too, but let's not get like any toxic chat going on, anything like that. Plus, because YouTube will come and shut us down too, so that's not good. And then we can't have any more fun. All right, let's keep on going here, guys. I'm going to have another poll for you in a minute, but we're going to hear from Secretary Hegseth in a second, and we're going to hear from Marco Rubio as well. You guys said Narcos Rubio. It's hilarious. All right, let's keep it going here. And then stay tuned, okay? Definitely stay tuned, because we are going to hear from the international community. And I want you guys to make sure you hear the crazy comments from the Russians and what they said, okay? And talking about nukes and all this stuff like that, and also the Chinese, the international community. That is coming up very soon. But let's continue on with this right now and hear the rest of these comments.
But this guy is fantastic. I watched last night one of the most precise attacks on sovereignty. I mean, it was an attack for justice. And I'm very proud of him. And I'm very proud of our Secretary of War, Pete Hegseth, who I'm going to ask to say a few words. Thank you very much.
Mr. President, can you explain how the U.S. will run Venezuela?
Well, thank you, Mr. President. Finally, a commander-in-chief the world respects and the American people deserve. And as the president said, words can barely capture the bravery and the power and the precision of this historic operation, a massive joint military and law enforcement raid flawlessly executed by the greatest Americans our country has to offer. American warriors are second to none, the best in the world and the best of our country. What all of us witnessed last night was sheer guts and grit, gallantry, and glory of the American warrior. I'm simply humbled by such men. And I tip my hat to our chairman, Dan Raisin Kane, and all those Americans who stood watch last night. Our warriors are the elite of America. And again, President Trump has your back. No other country on planet Earth, and it's not even close, could pull this kind of operation off. And no other president has ever shown this kind of leadership, courage, and resolve, the most powerful combination the world has ever seen. As the president said, our adversaries remain on notice. America can project our will anywhere, anytime. The coordination, the stealth, the lethality, the precision, the very long arm of American justice, all on full display in the middle of the night. Nicolás Maduro had his chance, just like Iran had their chance, until they didn't and until he didn't. He effed around and he found out. President Trump is deadly serious about stopping the flow of gangs and violence to our country. Deadly serious about stopping the flow of drugs and poison to our people. Deadly serious about getting back oil that was stolen from us. And deadly serious about reestablishing American deterrence and dominance in the Western Hemisphere. This is about the safety, security, freedom, and prosperity of the American people. This is America first. This is peace through strength. And the United States War Department is proud to help deliver it. Welcome to 2026. And under President Trump, America is back. I'd like to welcome now our Chairman Raisin Kane, to give a few more details about the operation. Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Thank you, Mr. President, and good morning. Last night, on the order of the President of the United States and in support of a request from the Department of Justice, as the President said, the United States.
Okay, so this is a pretty good description of the operation. Chairman of the Joint Chiefs, Raisin Kane, as they say. I can't remember his real name right now. I just know him as Raisin Kane because that's all they ever say. He's going to give a pretty damn good description of the operation from the Joint Force. And so pay attention to this. If you want to know more about the operation itself and about not just the tactical level, but operationally, he gives a great thing. It's not really political. It's just purely speaking about how it went down and what was used. This is a really good example of that. And by the way, too, I'll put people in timeout if they're causing problems in the chat, okay? Or I'll boot you and block you. I could give a shit. So just everyone mind each other and be cool out there. But again, we got no desire to be demonetized. No, sir. So thank you for everyone in the chat being respectful. Our friend Freddie there is in the penalty box for a little bit. But Freddie, I don't mind your opinions, dude. But you got to keep it cool, my friend. All right, let's roll. Let's keep going.
States military conducted an apprehension mission in Caracas, Venezuela, to bring to justice two indicted persons, Nicolás and Cecilia Maduro. This operation, known as Operation Absolute Resolve, was discreet, precise, and conducted during the darkest hours of January 2nd, and was the culmination of months of planning and rehearsal, an operation that, frankly, only the United States military could undertake. What I'd like to do this morning is talk to you through some of the preparation and the details without compromising any of our tactics, techniques, and procedures. There is always a chance that we'll be tasked to do this type of mission again. Our interagency work began months ago and built on decades of experience of integrating complex air, ground, space, and maritime operations.
Oh, how cool. I just realized he said built on decades of experience, okay, with the president right there. I love it because so much politically, you know, President Trump says it, but every president, well, really, not every president. President Trump says it all the time, how the military was nothing until I came, and then all of a sudden it was something. It's not true. I mean, we just got done fighting 20 years of doing operations like this, and they've been trying to do things like this for a long time. I mean, they got Noriega out. It's not anything new, right? So it's an old playbook, but I'm going to rewind that a little bit because I like hearing this, and I think it's important. Decades, 45 years in the making. Check it out. Here he goes.
Experience of integrating complex air, ground, space, and maritime operations. While the past 2 decades have honed the skills of our special operations forces, this particular mission required every component of our joint force, with soldiers, sailors, airmen, Marines, and Guardians working in unison with our intelligence agency partners and law enforcement teammates in an unprecedented operation. We leveraged our unmatched intelligence capabilities and our years of experience in hunting terrorists, and we could not have done this mission without the incredible work by various intelligence agencies, including the CIA, NSA, and NGA. We watched, we waited, we prepared, we remained patient and professional. This mission was meticulously planned, drawing lessons from decades of missions over the last many years, many missions over these last many years. This was an audacious operation that only the United States could do. It required the utmost of precision and integration within our joint force. And the word integration does not explain the sheer complexity of such a mission. An extraction so precise, it involved more than 150 aircraft launching across the Western Hemisphere in close coordination, all coming together in time and place to layer effects for a single purpose: to get an interdiction force into downtown Caracas while maintaining the element of tactical surprise. Failure of one component of this well-oiled machine would have endangered the entire mission, and failure is never an option for America's joint force. Those in the air over Caracas last night were willing to give their lives for those on the ground and in the helicopters. Let me talk a little bit about the preparation. After months of work by our intelligence teammates to find Maduro and understand how he moved, where he lived, where he traveled, what he ate, what he wore, what were his pets. In early December, our force was set pending a series of aligned events. Key was choosing the right day to minimize the potential for civilian harm and maximize the element of surprise and minimize the harm to the indicted personnel, so as the president said, they could be brought to justice. And as the president said earlier today, weather in Venezuela is always a factor this time of the year. And over the weeks through Christmas and New Year's, the men and women of the United States military sat ready, patiently waiting for the right triggers to be met and the president to order us into action. Last night, the weather broke just enough, clearing a path that only the most skilled aviators in the world could maneuver through. Ocean, mountain, low cloud ceilings. But when tasked with a mission, this organization does not quit. At 10:46 p.m. Eastern time last night, the president ordered the United States military to move forward with this mission. He said to us, and we appreciate it, Mr. President, good luck and Godspeed. And those words were transmitted to the entire joint force. Over the course of the night, aircraft began launching from 20 different bases on land and sea across the Western Hemisphere. In total, more than 150 aircraft, bombers, fighters, intelligence, reconnaissance, surveillance, rotary wing were in the air last night. Thousands and thousands of hours of experience were airborne. Our youngest crew member was 20, and our oldest crew member was 49, and there's simply no match for American military might. As the night began, the helicopters took off with the extraction force, which included law enforcement officers, and began their flight into Venezuela at 100 feet above the water. As they approached Venezuelan shores, the United States began layering different effects provided by Spacecom, Cybercom, and other members of the interagency to create a pathway. Overhead, those forces were protected by aircraft from the United States Marines, the United States Navy, the United States Air Force, and the Air National Guard. The force included F-22s, F-35s, F-18s, EA-18s, E-2s, B-1 bombers, and other support aircraft as well.
All right, so I'm going to rewind that just for a second, guys. So for those of you, I know, Mark, you're out there, and a few of you wanted to hear a little bit more about the tactical aspect of this and the, how it was executed. So I'm going to rewind just a second, because in here, he's detailing tactics, techniques, and procedures, okay, obviously not classified, of how they did this. And you hear him talking about the combat air patrol, the air cap, right? That's over the top for air security, air dominance. And then below that, in this, like a wedding cake, okay? On the high level, they've got all the fighter jets flying around, ensuring air superiority, picking out targets, watching for SAM, surface-to-air missile sites flaring off. And then you've got down below, you have the actual raid package, the assault force package flying in helicopters at a lower level on this wedding cake of layers, if you can look at it that way, okay? Up in the top level, top layer of the wedding cake is the fixed wing aircraft flying around, with their optics and their guided missiles, and they can do ISR as well too, intelligence, surveillance, reconnaissance. They can see what's going on the ground. They can see if any, point of origins light up or anything like that. SAM sites, they can take them out. And then in the lower part of the wedding cake, the lower levels, you have the assault force actually flying in. So let's hear how he describes that one more time. But I want to draw your attention to it in case that, you're interested in that.
Protected from aircraft, different effects.
There we go.
And began their flight into Venezuela at 100 feet above the water.
Hold on, real quick. I'm going to rewind a little bit more. 100 feet above the water began their flight, the assault force.
49. And there's simply no match for American military might. As the night began, the helicopters took off with the extraction force, which included law enforcement officers, and began their flight into Venezuela at 100 feet above the water. As they approached Venezuelan shores, the United States began layering different effects provided by Spacecom, Cybercom, and other members of the interagency to create a pathway. Overhead, those forces were protected by aircraft from the United States Marines, the United States Navy, the United States Air Force, and the Air National Guard. The force included F-22s, F-35s, F-18s, EA-18s, E-2s, B-1 bombers, and other support aircraft, as well as numerous remotely piloted drones. As the force began to approach Caracas, the Joint Air Component began dismantling and disabling the air defense systems in Venezuela, employing weapons.
Okay, so while he's talking about this really quickly, you heard him earlier saying the Joint Force began layering effects in order to create that air corridor for them to get through. What that means is there's different things you can do, right? Like spoofing, confusing enemy radar systems. So, all of a sudden you see 1,000 aircraft instead of just that line of the assault force flying in. You see 10,000 aircraft above you. You see, aircraft jumping all over your radar. You don't see anything. It's totally blacked out depending on what's out there, right? And then you hear him now talking about striking targets as well too, okay? He even mentioned the Space Force too as well. In case they have satellite communications, what can we do about that? They're neutralizing that somehow, okay, without getting into too many details. But now he's talking about kinetic strikes actually on the surface-to-air missile sites, possibly on radar sites as well too, I'm sure. But let's listen a little bit more. But you see how this is such a massive joint force. It's such a complex operation that needs years of rehearsal, unbelievable amount of equipment, personnel, know-how, coordination that really came about during the long war, the global war on terror, And before that being put together, we've done, the operation to remove Manuel Noriega from Panama, which actually this is the anniversary of that. Okay. And so let's keep on listening to him.
To ensure the safe passage of the helicopters into the target area. The goal of our air component was, and always will be to protect the helicopters and the ground force and get them to the target and get them home. As the force crossed the last point of high terrain where they'd been hiding in the clutter, we assessed that we had maintained totally the element of surprise. As the helicopter force ingressed towards the objective at low level, we arrived at Maduro's compound at 1:01 a.m. Eastern Standard Time or 2:01 a.m. Caracas local time, and the apprehension force descended into Maduro's compound and moved with speed, precision, and discipline towards their objective and isolated the area to ensure the safety and security of the ground force while apprehending the indicted persons. On arrival into the target area, the helicopters came under fire, and they replied with that fire with overwhelming force in self-defense. One of our aircraft was hit, but remained flyable, and as the president said earlier today, all of our aircraft came home, and that aircraft remained flyable during the rest of the mission. As the operation unfolded at the compound, our air and ground intelligence teams provided real-time updates to the ground force, ensuring those forces could safely navigate the complex environment without unnecessary risk. The force remained protected by overhead tactical aviation. Maduro and his wife, both indicted, gave up and were taken into custody by the Department of Justice, assisted by our incredible U.S. military with professionalism and precision. All
right, let's talk about this for a second, okay? He talked about upon arriving in the target site, the raid force, the extraction force, as he calls it, okay? I was always in a raid force. Extraction, we're extracting bad guys, but in this case, because it's they're sheep dipping it into a law enforcement operation with DEA agents with them. To make sure that they can keep that. But long story short, the raid force moved in, he said, with speed, precision, and professionalism and discipline. When you go into a target site like this, so I've done, quite a few of these. And as you move into a target site, like you guys know, I don't really talk about war stories much. This is not my thing. But I will just tell you, having done a lot of these, that, hey, Cody Fisher, thank you so much, brother. I appreciate your generosity again. Man, I appreciate you. Thank you. Appreciate the coverage and info on a Saturday, Ben. I'll get back to my story in a second. But Cody, thank you so much. I really appreciate you, man. That's very cool of you. Appreciate the support. Thank you so much. Thank you, Cody. I'm going to do a quick shout out back to you there. I appreciate you, man. Thank you. Appreciate your support always, Cody. It's awesome. Okay. So when you're doing this, okay, and you're moving into the target site, you're moving with speed. Like some people think like you're sprinting like a maniac. I can only say probably 1 or 2 times we actually came off helicopters sprinting when we were short on fuel or it was a daytime raid and we could only find a place to put the helicopters that made us have to really move fast. Like I can remember only like 2 times. We did a helicopter hard hit once, came down around a target building at night. We were low on fuel and we came off the bird sprinting, right? And it was only a short sprint to get to the structure where the bad guy, the terrorist leader was, and we captured him, got him right away for a number of reasons, and we took off again, which was wild. In like 5 minutes, we got on the ground, grabbed him out of his house, blew his doors in, got him, and left, okay? Then another time, we were on the ground and sprinting. It was a daytime thing, but they were starting to scatter. And so we were having to sprint. It was nuts. And I'm just glad I didn't get shot, or anybody didn't get shot. I don't think. Well, some of them did, but long story short, you're rarely ever sprinting like that. So it's usually they get off very calm, very controlled, because you can't outrun a bullet, right? So it's not good if you're sprinting like a maniac. You get off, you're usually maybe at a slow jog at the most or a very brisk walk, and weapons are all up with that discipline, okay? Because they know smooth is fast. Slow is smooth, smooth is fast. You get to the target, maybe they jog a little bit to a certain point, but you can't control your weapons as well if you're jogging. You can't see everything. They own the night. That's at nighttime. They have those crazy 4 goggle nods you've seen, all that stuff, okay? top tier stuff. They're the best shooters that we have in our arsenal. Delta Force is the best of the best. I mean, SEAL Team 6, amazing as well too. They're both amazing, right? It's not out of control. And so these guys, they don't need to sprint like maniacs. Maybe watch somebody gets on the show is like, I was sprinting. Well, if he says that, cool. I'm saying from my experience, usually you don't you don't sprint. The Diamond Dog Raiders called Det 1. Yep. I knew I was out there in Baghdad with Det 1 when they were working. I was doing one of my mentors actually was the Raid Force commander for Det 1 and taught me quite a bit. He's an amazing guy, Colonel Craig Kaczynski, who is in he's actually in the SOCOM Commando Hall of Fame. And so Craig, if you're listening, Semper Fi, brother, appreciate you teaching me a lot of stuff I know, man. But yeah, he was the Det 1 Ground Force commander. They were badass for sure. Yep, and some did go to KEG. You are right about that. The Diamond Dog, LDD. And okay, so probably if you can picture this, picture like a raid force. You guys have all seen the movies, all stuff like that. But they're probably moving very briskly, maybe jogging a little bit, but it's like a slow jog because they're carrying some heavy stuff, the weapons, the ammo, the bullet bouncers, the plates. But you have these nods too. You want to leverage the weapon system. You don't need to move that fast, right? You have these amazing optics. They have lasers on their freaking guns. They're the best shooters in the world. They have aircraft. They have amazing communications telling them where everything is. Okay. So, I'm trying to give you guys a blow by blow of what I think, how I think it went down. And these guys are amazing. I'm sure it was like the bad guys, not to say that the guys, the personal security detachment guarding Maduro didn't stand a chance. Okay. These guys came up, and if they were like, stop with their guns, start shooting at them, they're dead. You're not going to match these guys, especially at night. They just probably popped them right in the head and everyone's going down like right out of a movie. Went in there. Once they were inside and they knew Maduro was moving, if they had someone on the inside telling them, they probably had to sprint fast then. Okay. So I'm sure there was some sprinting, but initially getting oriented, they have to make sure they don't get shot. And if they're busy sprinting, they're going to be getting shot at, right? Everyone's going to know who they are. So that's how I think it unfolded, but let's listen some more to what he has to say. Not to bore you guys with my war stories. But that's how I think it probably went down, and they are the best in the world.
With no loss of U.S. life. After securing the indicted persons, the force began to prep for departure. Helicopters were called in to exfiltrate the extraction force, while fighter aircraft and remotely piloted aircraft provided overhead coverage and suppressive fire. There were multiple self-defense engagements as the force began to withdraw out of Venezuela. The force successfully exfiltrated and returned to their afloat launch bases, and the force was over the water at 3:29 a.m. Eastern Standard Time with indicted persons on board. And both Maduro and his wife were embarked aboard the USS Iwo Jima. In closing, what we've witnessed today is a powerful demonstration of America's joint force. We think, we develop, we train, we rehearse, we debrief, we rehearse again and again, not to get it right, but to ensure that we cannot get it wrong. Our jobs are to integrate combat power so when the order comes, we can deliver overwhelming force at the time and the place of our choosing against any foe anywhere in the world. I am immensely proud today of our joint force and filled with...
What does that mean? We can deliver this package. We can do this anytime to anyone, anywhere in the world. Whoa. I missed that the first time I heard it. I was sitting here like in the morning, like what happened? Watching this, getting ready for being with you guys today. We can deliver this anytime, anywhere, to anyone in the world. What do you think that means? Put a 1 in the chat if you think that was designed to make Putin a little bit afraid. Put a 1. Actually, put a P. Put a P. Yes, Puerto Rican pecan. I agree. Put a P in the chat if you think that was for Putin. Put a what do we want to say? Put an A in the chat if it was for the Ayatollah. And put an X in the chat if you think it was for Xi. All right? Not to get all excited about it. It's just kind of what I do. But put a P in the chat if you think that was directed at Putin. put an A in the chat if you think it was directed at the Ayatollah, and put a X in the chat if you think it was President Xi from China. They were directing that to, because they were directing it to someone, right? They were directing it for someone. Yeah, Puerto Rican Princess. Doc, I agree. Doc, it was the witching hour for sure. No doubt about it. Hey, thank you, Saladi. I love listening to your insight, Ben. Makes me fire up. Need it any time to defend our country. Thank you, brother. I appreciate that. Or sister. Thank you. I'm not sure. Yeah, I agree with you. Saladi Lupati. His speech makes me proud to be an American. I agree. Thank you so much. Yeah, Iran and Putin. Ding, ding, ding. Yep. Ayatollah. Yep. I think it was for everyone. Steve, I think you're right. All three. Mark says all three. Pax. Whoa, Pax Americana. Look at that. What? Spells Pax. Holy crap, you're right. P, Putin. All the above. Mountain music. Doc. All the above. T, Crivera. A, Lisa Jones. 1, if it was done correctly. Yep. Pax. Okay. Wow. Powerful stuff. Powerful stuff, guys. All right, let's watch a little bit more. I think Marco Rubio is going to be up next. He actually gives a pretty good talk. He's a seasoned statesman at this point. Let's hear what he has to say.
Gratitude to represent them here today. There is simply no mission too difficult for these incredible professionals and the families that stand by them and support them. As we stand here this morning, our forces remain in the region at a high state of readiness, prepared to project power, defend themselves, and our interests in the region. This operation is a testament to the dedication and unwavering commitment to justice and our resolve to hold accountable those who threaten peace and stability. In closing, I want to express my heartfelt gratitude to the brave men and women who executed this mission. Their courage and tireless commitment to our nation are what makes us strong. Thank you, Mr. Secretary, and thank you, Mr. President.
All right, guys, and I'm going to pause really quickly. If you're new here, and just for everyone, a reminder, we are going to hit the international community reaction, starting with the Russians. Again, they have a pretty crazy reaction, in my opinion, to be expected, because I think that this rattled them a little bit, like, holy crap, you know? And you'll see, it's not me thinking they rattled, that they got rattled. It's how they reacted, talking about nukes and all kinds of stuff. Then the Chinese, we're going to talk about the reaction from the international community as well, too, following this, okay? So stick around, and let's get to it. Here we go. Marco Rubio is up next.
Well, I don't have much to add to what you've heard now, other than the following points. Nicolás Maduro was indicted in 2020 in the United States. He is not the legitimate president of Venezuela. That's not just us saying it. The first Trump administration, the Biden administration, the second Trump administration, none of those three recognized him. He's not recognized by the European Union and multiple countries around the world. He is a fugitive of American justice with a $50 million reward, which I guess we saved $50 million. And
make sure.
Yeah, exactly. But
don't let anybody claim it. Nobody deserves it but us.
But I want to be clear about one thing. Nicolás Maduro had multiple opportunities to avoid this. He was provided multiple very, very, very generous offers and chose instead to act like a wild man, chose instead to play around. And the result is what we saw tonight. The other message here is the following. You have a guy, like many people around the world, they like to play games. You have a guy who decides he's going to invite Iran into his country, is going to, do the confiscation of American oil companies, is going to flood our country with gang members, is going to take Americans prisoner and try to hold them for hostage and trade them like he was able to do with the Biden administration. Basically likes to play games all this time and thinks nothing's going to happen. And I hope what people now understand is that we have a president. The 47th president of the United States is not a game player. When he tells you that he's going to do something, when tells you he's going to address a problem, he means it. He actions it. I can tell you, I've watched this process now for 14, 15 years, been around it. Everybody talks. I'm going to do this. I'm going to do that. When I get there, we're going to do this. We're going to take. This is a president of action. Like, I don't understand yet how they haven't figured this out. And now, if you don't know, now you know. Because this is the way it's going to play out. And I think people need to understand that this is not a president that just talks and does letters and press conferences. And, if he says he's serious about something, he means it. And this is something that was a direct threat to the national interest of the United States, and the president addressed it. There's a president of peace, by the way. I told you what I just said earlier. This guy had multiple opportunities to find his way somewhere else and figure out another. He could have been living somewhere else right now, very happy, but instead he wanted to play big boy. And so now, he's got other sets of problems on his hands. And but I think that the message here should be for the world. Look, the president doesn't go out looking for people to pick fights with. He's not generally wants to get along with everybody. We'll talk and meet with anybody, but don't play games.
Hey, real quick, in the chat, I want you guys to go ahead and put a 1 in the chat if you think President Trump doesn't play around. If he doesn't play and he says he's going to do something, does he do it? Okay? Put a 1 in the chat if President Trump doesn't play and he's not someone to be played with, in terms of all this, and put a 0 in the chat if you think he's wishy-washy. 1 in the chat if President Trump doesn't play and he's someone not to tangle with, not to play with, and put a 0 in the chat if you think he's wishy-washy. I want to see what you guys think based upon all this. All right, let's keep going with Marco Rubio. Again, 1 in the chat if you think President Trump doesn't play, 0 in the chat if you think he's wishy-washy.
Don't play games with this president's in office because it's not going to turn out well. And so I hope that, I guess that lesson was learned last night, and we hope it'll be instructive moving forward.
Is that a message for Cuba? Mr. President.
Mr. President.
Mr. President.
Mr. President.
Running the country. Mr. President. Mr. President.
Mr. President. You said that the U.S. is going to run Venezuela. So who's in power right now?
Well, we're going to be running it with a group, and we're going to make sure it's run properly. We're going to rebuild the oil infrastructure, which will cost billions of dollars. It'll be paid for by the oil companies directly. They will be reimbursed for what they're doing, but that's going to be paid. And we're going to get the oil flowing the way it should be. As you know, it was just a minor flow. It was actually a minor flow.
All right, I'm going to stop it really quick. In the chat, we got some feedback here. We're going to cover those comments from President Trump in a second about what he's saying, that we're going to get the oil flowing again. We're going to run it. We're going to run the country. We're going to cover that in a second. I want to hear what you guys have to say in the chat. Put it in there. But first of all, if you're just here, you're new here, we're about to go to the reactions from the international community. We're going to cover the Russian reaction. They have some very strong things to say. Sergei Lavrov, the foreign minister for Russia, actually is talking pretty crazy from some of the things they say. They feel very threatened by this, I think. We're going to cover President Xi and the Chinese reaction. We saw some of that earlier today. And then we're also going to cover the international reaction, calls for the UN, things like that, after this action to capture and extract President Nicolás Maduro and his wife into the United States custody and going for trial. Right now, he's on the USS Iwo Jima, speeding away from Venezuela. Was Maduro a legitimate leader? Okay, and I should have asked this in the very beginning, but I want to get a feeling, take the pulse of the chat, and because you heard Marco Rubio say he was not a legitimate leader, I agree with him. Okay, I agree he was not, because he failed to win the election. President Biden's administration said he wasn't a legitimate leader, and the previous Trump administration said the same thing. And so I want to get the take on from you guys. So I have 81% saying no, he was not a legitimate leader. 18% say yes. I have 22 votes. I've got a lot more people in the chat. So please, if you're watching right now, go ahead and vote in our poll. And then also the other question I had was, give me a 1 if President Trump doesn't play, and give me a 0 if President Trump is wishy-washy. If President Trump, you shouldn't mess with him, and he's going to do what he says he does. Let's see how that. I've got 1, 1, 1, 1. Lots of ones here. Paul says legit con man. Okay. 1, 1, 1. 1. Burn, not taco for sure. Okay. 1. 1 of 0. Ooh. Okay. Nor does he care about consequences. He's no diplomat. Okay, that's true, Phoenix. Okay, 1. I mean, I say that's true. I mean, I understand your point. He is a 0 when it comes to changing policies. Okay. Wishy-washy. We have a 1.0. 0. Okay. Yeah, Cody caught that. I did. I saw it, Cody. And Cody, you had another good thing to say up here, man. This is a good thing. You said, Cody Fisher, you said Ahmed al-Shara had 100 million on his head, yet they both just met with him. I think you're talking about the leader of Syria, right? Former Al-Qaeda member, ISIS member. Is that who we're talking about, Cody? So I see what you're saying. So it's not always as cut and dry, right? I want to get an idea for what you guys think. My fraternity chapter was President Xi. Okay. Gigi. Bernie says, okay. Diamond Dog, don't say that in French. Okay. Until Russia can take Ukraine, I'm not losing sleep over Russia. Got you. All right, Syrian. Yes. Okay, Cody. Thank you. I thought so. I hear you. I hear you there. Well, let's keep on going. I appreciate you guys participating and voting in that. Let's watch some more of this from Marco Rubio and then actually President Trump. Let's hear what he has to say. I'm going to rewind a little bit because I think this is very significant. We're going to run the country. We're going to get the oil flowing. That's where we left him. Let's hear what he has to say.
We're going to make sure it's run properly. We're going to rebuild the oil infrastructure, which will cost billions of dollars. It'll be paid for by the oil companies directly. They will be reimbursed for what they're doing, but that's going to be paid. And we're going to get the oil flowing the way it should be. As you know, it was just a minor flow. It was actually
No, wait a second. Is he saying that the oil companies are going to run Venezuela? I don't think so. I think he said they're going to pay for it. We're going to run it. They're going to pay for it. They're going to rebuild the infrastructure. So the oil companies are going to be heavily involved in Venezuela, obviously. They're going to pay for rebuilding the infrastructure. I think they're going to pay for a lot of things. You don't think this is a massive deal for them? The world's largest reserve of oil. Okay? You know? And so I'm going to end our poll. Maduro, was he a legitimate leader? And that, I have a new poll for you guys. And should the oil companies, I'm going to ask this. I'm asking not should. Will the oil companies actually run Venezuela? Is that who's actually going to run them? If they're spending billions, are they actually going to run Venezuela? Is that really what's going to happen? Any of you guys watching Landman? You're watching Landman at all, the show? You see that bold character that Billy Bob Thornton plays talking to the cartels? He's crazy, right? This is like Landman on a major scale. You know what I'm saying? This is like Landman. Yes, he said that. Yeah. Okay. That's what I'm saying. Paul, that's what I'm saying. Putin better check to make sure he paid his parking ticket in New York City. They're sending the A-team for court enforcement. 100%, dude. Not playing around, man. He's going to find himself right in there in the district court in New York. They're not playing. All right, let's keep on rolling here.
minor flow for what they have, but we're going to run it properly, and we're going to make sure the people of Venezuela are taken care of. We're going to make sure the people that were forced out of Venezuela by this thug are also taken care of.
Mr. President, does the U.S. running the country mean that U.S. troops will be on the ground? How will that work?
Well, you know, they always say boots on the ground. Oh, so we're not afraid of boots on the ground if we have to have. We had boots on the ground last night at a very high level, actually. We're not afraid of it. We don't mind saying it. But we're going to make sure that that country is run properly. We're not doing this in vain. This is a very dangerous attack. This is an attack that could have gone very, very badly. Could have gone very badly. We could have lost a lot of people last night. We could have lost a lot of dignity. We could have lost a lot of equipment. The equipment is less important, but we could have lost a lot. And we're going to make sure that this is proper. We're there now. We're ready to go again if we have to. We're going to run the country right. It's going to be run very judiciously, very fairly. It's going to make a lot of money. We're going to give money to the people. We're going to reimburse people that were taken advantage of. We're going to take care of everybody. It's very important. We couldn't let them get away with it. You know, they stole our oil. We built that whole industry there, and they just took it over like we were nothing. And we had a president that decided not to do anything about it. So we did something about it. We're late, but we did something about it. Yeah, please.
President, can you explain the exact mechanism by which you're going to run the country? Are you going to designate a U.S. official to coordinate?
It's all being done right now. We're designating people. We're talking to people. We're designating various people, and we're going to let you know who those people are.
That would run Venezuela.
Well, it's largely going to be for a period of time. The people that are standing right behind me, we're going to be running it. We're going to be bringing it back. It's a dead. You know, I talk about a dead country. A year and a half ago, we were a dead country. Now we're the hottest country anywhere in the world. We're a country doing better than any country anywhere in the world, and it required leadership. Venezuela has a lot of bad people in there, a lot of bad people that shouldn't be leading. We're not going to take a chance that one of those people take over for Maduro. So you can look at, and others, we have fantastic people, including people in the military. So we're going to have a group of people running it until such time as it can be put back on track, make a lot of money for the people, and give people a great way of life, and also reimbursement for people in our country that were forced out of Venezuela.
Rubio would be. You said earlier today that you weren't going to back Machado to come back and be the opposition leader in your Fox and Friends interview. And then you also mentioned the vice president of Venezuela. Are you going to work with the vice president of Venezuela, or how do you foresee the relationship
Well,
going?
I understand she was just sworn in, but she was, as you know, picked by Maduro. So Marco's working on that directly. He just had a conversation with her, and she's essentially willing to do what we think is necessary to make Venezuela great again. Very simple.
Mr. President, so Colombian President Gustavo Petro, a couple weeks ago, you said he's got to watch his ass. And today he said he's not concerned about anything happening to him in the aftermath of this operation. So just what your message is
Well,
about
he
that.
has cocaine mills. He has factories where he makes cocaine. And yeah, I think I stick by my first statement. He's making cocaine. They're sending it into the United States. So he does have to watch his ass.
Mr.
President, did you notify any members of Congress in advance?
Marco, do you want to talk about that? Because you were involved.
Sure. We called members of Congress immediately after. This was not the kind of mission that you can do congressional notification on. It was a trigger-based mission in which conditions had to be met night after night. We watched and monitored that for a number of days. So it's just simply not the kind of mission you can call people and say, hey, we may do this at some point in the next 15 days. But it's largely a law enforcement function. Remember, at the end of the day, at its core, this was an arrest of 2 indicted fugitives of American justice, and the Department of War supported the Department of Justice in that job. Now, there are broader policy implications here, but it's just not the kind of mission that you can pre-notify because it endangers the mission.
All right. So he's saying this is broadly an arrest. This is at its core an arrest, right? Like I said before, it's like a SWAT team operation, but there are a lot of other huge implications for this. Okay. So there's so much there that's involved. Okay. And so what I want to ask you guys as we do this, we have to look at really what does this mean now for the Western Hemisphere? What does it mean internationally? And we're going to get the reaction here from the international community. Right now, we're going to go to the Russians and check that out. But before we do that, I'm going to open up Q&A again and let's see if you guys have any questions. Okay. Put your questions here. All right. Put your questions in here while we do that. Any questions you guys have? Go ahead and type it in there, and I will get to it. But let's go ahead and let's get right over. Let's get right over to get the international reaction. Okay. And I got one more news clip I'm going to play for you that has some pretty good info, and then we're going to get right over to the international reactions. Okay. Here we go. Let's check this out.
Suffice to say, this was a complex military operation that involved airstrikes as well as the capture of Nicolás Maduro and his wife. Joining us to discuss, United States Marine Corps retired Colonel Mark Cancian.
Right.
Colonel, always good to see you. Welcome back. President Trump made good on his promise about imminent land strikes. You and I have talked about this. Your reaction on what took place overnight?
This was quite surprising. That is, that the United States put troops on the ground and was able to snatch Maduro and his wife. In 2003, we were very unsuccessful with these what are called high-value target attacks. Here, we were able to execute them. Also impressive, the United States was able to get through the Venezuelan air defenses, which at least on paper were quite formidable. It's important to keep in mind, though, that the military operation, while brilliant, is only a tool. What really matters are the political situation and the legal situation, and those are very much up in the air.
Talk to me about the complexity of an operation when capturing a foreign leader.
Well, the first thing is they had to have very good intelligence about where Maduro would be and when he would be there. Maduro said he was moving around, but it's possible that he had hunkered down at one of the air bases, figuring that that was secure. Once the United States had the confidence that they knew where he was, then they had to organize the strike, almost certainly soft forces going in by helicopters. We heard reports about helicopters. They would have gone down and done the actual snatch. But there was also likely a lot of air activity to take down.
Okay, you can see here, I'm going to stop him really quickly. We've covered a lot of this ground already, but if you're just joining us right now, this is a good little snapshot. My fellow Marine here, this he's doing all right, but we've moved past quite a bit of this stuff. So this map is pretty good though. Shows Caracas, LaGuardia, Miranda, shows Venezuela, U.S. strikes capital and 3 states. I don't know what we struck. This is the first I'm seeing that we struck other states. Probably as part of a deception operation, maybe, to get distraction. Usually we don't do that, though. For operations like this, we don't start doing major deception to make them think we're somewhere else. We don't want to alert them that we're doing anything at all, okay? We just want to go in, speed, stealth, surprise, success. Those are the 4 S's, okay, always, that make a big difference. We'll listen a little bit more right now to him. But and then we're going to move on to Russia. Okay, so hang in there. We're going to get the Russian reaction in a minute here. Let's hear a little bit more.
Suppress the Venezuelan air defenses, and that would have been done by the Air Force and the Navy. So you have many services working together to execute this operation. And I see this as one of the few countries in the world that can do that.
So while this foreign leader and his wife are being captured, there are airstrikes in the capital of this country. Talk to me about the difficulty of both these operations happening at the same time.
Well, jointness, getting multiple services to work together has always been a struggle, not just for the United States, but for every military.
All right, I'm going to stop him there. That's enough of that one. We've covered a lot of this already. I think I've explained it enough already to you. Not that it's not useful, but let's move on. Okay, we're going to go ahead and look at what is going on with Russia, what their reaction was. Okay, I've got some questions right now before we go off into what's happening in Russia. We're going to answer some of these questions, okay? And for a backdrop, we are going to keep this as the backdrop right here. I like this one. This is a good one. And actually, hold on. I'm going to answer the questions, but before I do, I'm just going to set up a little background for us on this. Okay. All right, here we go. Okay. This way, anybody's coming, they'll know what we're talking about here. All right. So let me answer your questions, guys. Let's see what we got. Number 1, freedom. Freedom, Sherry. Does the government lie to us for personal? Our Senate and Congress gain? I don't know. I don't know. I'm trying to think. I think probably for when they lie to us, is it for personal gain? It probably is. Probably some kind of personal gain, right? Protection or, personal gain money-wise, to get more votes, to make you think they're going to do something that they don't do. So, not to be a cynic and not to be, such a cynic on it. But I think to answer your question, probably, yeah. I think probably yes. When they do lie, I think it is for personal gain or it's for protection or something like that. Okay. That's my personal opinion on it. All right. Next. Let's see here. T. Rivera, do you think this show of force will make China think twice about its anticipated invasion of Taiwan? I think so. Yeah, we talked about this earlier. I think it will make them think twice for sure, given that we just demonstrated such a crazy capability like that, such an amazing capability. But at the same time, it could make them think this is the playbook. If we can do this, let's do it. I think if China could do that, what we just did to Taiwan, they would do it. I think if Russia could do it, they would do it. Okay, that's what we talked about earlier. But I think it's either one of two things. They're very scared right now, and they say, oh my God, we never want this to happen. Or they say, wow, let's try and do this. Let's build a force like this to do this. And if we can, then we're going to go into Taiwan and we're going to use it. Okay? So we can just say, look, we didn't invade Taiwan. We just captured their leader. And then we told everybody else we're going to do the same thing to them. Right? So it opens up a lot of options for a country that can snatch someone and grab them like this, short of war, short of invading and, putting massive amounts of boots on the ground. Okay? And it could accelerate Taiwan as well too, with them saying, well, they had an active force and aggression to support their national security ideas, and so we're going to do the same thing. Okay. Next question, Bernie. How likely do you think India being prior enemies with China to draw them out of the BRICS, if at all, or cement their alliance? Yeah, I mean, I think there's definitely animosity there still. There's still animosity, but I think that I don't think it'll cement their alliance, but I think it's definitely a chink in the armor, right? That can be exploited. But I do think that they have to look past all of that, because these are the two. In the future, these will be the two largest economies in the world. Okay, these will be the two largest economies in the world, China and India. And if they play together and they grow together and they support each other, they can be absolutely formidable. Okay, huge markets in the next 20 years. So that's what I think about that. Hopefully that answers your question. Let's drive on to the next one here. Cedric, do you think taking over Venezuela like that could solve two conflicts with China, less of a footprint in Mexico and Russia? Okay, do you think taking over Venezuela like that could solve two conflicts with China, less of a footprint in Mexico, and Russia, less for Cuba and Venezuela, as Cuba showed support, and also for the EU? I think that's the point, Cedric. That's the point for the Trump national security strategy, why this move makes sense for the Donroe Doctrine, for the Trump corollary to the Donroe Doctrine, is exactly what you're saying. So no foreign powers with an outsized influence in the Western Hemisphere. And then also the United States having hegemonic dominance of the Western Hemisphere. Donroe Doctrine, Trump corollary. So yes, I do think that. And I think that's what they were thinking too. Not only that, but okay, that's one. Then we get all the oil. Energy security is booming, right? Economy is booming. Energy security is booming. No more threats in the Western Hemisphere. We demonstrate our resolve. We talk tough. We show tough. We're doing tough action. So yes, I think so. It would, for what we did, it'll prevent any future strangulation of the United States or surrounding of the United States, okay? Or outsized influence of foreign powers in the Western Hemisphere. Competitors, not just small foreign powers, but competitors, okay? So I think you're right about that. All right, let's see the next one. Billy. Okay, what will this change the orders soldiers have now? Iran? I don't think so. I think especially given the national security strategy of 2025, what it shows is that the absolute first priority is the Western Hemisphere. Okay. Again, if you're new here, please please subscribe, and please share. Okay. Please share this if anybody's going to get something out of it from what happened today. But please smash the like button for me and subscribe if you're not subscribed. I'd really appreciate it. It helps the channel. It means a lot. I'd really appreciate that. But I want to say that and the reason why I say that is if you didn't see my live stream last week, on the 26th of December, we covered the national security strategy of 2025 for the Trump administration. Okay. That's the marching orders for this whole next year. What is the priority in the Western Hemisphere? Venezuela, Latin America, North America is the priority for the Trump administration. Okay. And so I don't think that's going to change the marching orders, because what we did in Venezuela is in keeping with the Donroe Doctrine, in keeping with the Trump corollary to the Donroe Doctrine. It's in keeping with the national security strategy. So I don't think that'll change anything, if that makes sense. For Iran, what do I think for Iran? I think Iran, I asked you guys earlier, do you think Putin, Iran, and China and Xi are afraid right now? Xi is afraid because of this capability we just demonstrated. I think for Iran, they're probably like, holy crap. I think it will help us with Iran, because they realize you're dealing with a formidable force that not only can breach your air defenses and bomb the hell out of your nuclear facility, but we can actually put boots on the ground and capture your leaders. There's nothing you can do about it, okay? We didn't just get lucky here. This was a massive operation. This was skill, resources, power, boldness, daring, all those things like that, but really a tremendous capability, dominance, okay? So that's what I think on that. Hopefully that answers your question. All right. I'm going to put a poll back up here, getting back to our usual stuff. And you think Putin will want to listen to Trump more? Do you think that Putin will want to listen to Trump more now after that? Do you think that boosts his standing with someone like Putin? Okay, and let's go ahead and let's jump in. Speaking of that, let's listen to this crazy response from the Russians, okay? To me, it's pretty crazy. It's pretty intense. But them basically saying, don't forget about nukes. Don't forget about a lot of things. Yeah, we're not freaking Venezuela. I really think that Putin felt this. I'm not lying to you, okay? Listen, you guys tell me what you think. But first of all, answer the poll. Get involved in the poll, everybody. If you're new here just watching, remember to like, subscribe, and share, please. It helps out the channel. I really appreciate it. Let's go. Let me find this. All right. All right, I'm just trying to find this. I can't even find my own. Here we go. I found it. I'm going to play this in a second, guys. I apologize. I have so many windows open here. I couldn't find it. This is it. Here we go. Okay, stand by for this. And tell me what you guys think in the chat. I want to hear from you and see what your reaction is too. Here we go.
A senior Russian security figure is responding to the U.S. strike on Venezuela with language that goes far beyond diplomacy. The message is not just condemnation, it is a warning, and it is already reverberating far beyond Caracas. Russia's U.S. operation in Venezuela has landed with force. Dmitry Medvedev, deputy chairman of Russia's Security Council and a close ally of President Vladimir Putin, issued a blistering public statement within hours of the attack. Medvedev accused Washington of carrying out what he called an act of aggression against an independent country that posed no direct threat to the United States. He described the operation as a violent seizure of a legally elected leader, carried out, he said, under the banner of so-called international law. He also pointed to what he described as silence from Europe, arguing that democratic capitals quickly looked away while the United States acted decisively in Latin America. Medvedev then turned his focus elsewhere, mocking Ukraine's leadership and accusing Washington of misdirected priorities. His remarks were laced with sarcasm, aimed at both Kyiv and its Western backers. But it was his final conclusion that drew the most attention. Medvedev argued that the events in Caracas prove one thing above all else, that any country wishing to protect itself must strengthen its military to the maximum. According to Medvedev, the only guarantee against foreign intervention is a nuclear arsenal. He ended his statement with a phrase that immediately set off alarm bells ringing far beyond Russia. "Long live nuclear weapons," he wrote, framing the U.S. strike on Venezuela as proof that power, not diplomacy, defines survival in today's world.
The shockwaves from Washington's strike on Venezuela are already rippling far beyond Latin America. Moscow was among the first capitals to respond, and its words,
"Long live nuclear weapons." How about that? How about long live nuclear weapons? What do you guys think about that? That's a little bit nutty, right? I see that. If Putin isn't scared, his wife sure is. I think he's divorced now. So how about that? What do you guys think? Put in the chat. Put in the chat if you think that this shocked the Russians. Put a 1 in the chat if you think this shocked the Russians, this military maneuver. Based upon the rhetoric from Lavrov and from Medvedev, that he said this act of aggression, all countries must strengthen themselves militarily to protect themselves, calling the U.S. basically the biggest aggressor in the world, and saying long live nuclear weapons at the end. Put a 1 in the chat if you feel that this really shocked and scared the Russians. Okay? Yeah, I don't blame you. I don't blame you, La Diamond Dog. I agree. Mark, yep. Sue, 1. Mark, 1. What's going on, Sue? Good to have you here. Mark, good to have you here. Bernie, I see you. I'm a machine. In the house. Doc, Freedom Sherry. Yep, I think so too. Based upon that, I would have said no, but based upon this, they seem nervous. They seemed out of sorts a little bit. Like, what? They could just come in here and do this if we don't do what they say? Yeah. Yeah, actually. And while you're distracted in Ukraine? Yeah. Right? But now, of course, he says, thank God for nuclear weapons, right? Long live nuclear weapons, meaning they always threaten nuclear weapons in Ukraine. If NATO gets involved, we will nuke you. They're saying they'll nuke us, right? They'll nuke the United States. They'll nuke you at NATO. They're always hinting at it. When is it going to be enough's enough with you hinting and bullying with nuclear weapons? I'm wondering when that's going to happen, when everyone in the world and the United States is sick of that. Yeah, you're going to do that? I mean, at some point, someone's not going to call their bluff. I don't think it's a bluff, though. I think, though, at some point, they're going to want to address that somehow. I don't know how. Dismantling the nuclear arsenal or what? Or maybe they just can't do it because Russia's too strong, right? But to me, they seem scared. And that scares me. Russia being scared isn't a good thing, okay? Especially with everything going on, Putin feeling more cornered. To me, it's almost not a good thing. It's a good thing that he'll listen more, maybe. I'm seeing what the poll says. I agree with you. That Putin will listen more. I agree. But it's not good to have him scared, right? I think he might need some assurances that we won't do this to him. That's my opinion. Okay? Yeah. Freedom Sherry. It shocked them especially because we condemn them for the same thing. So it's a warning. That's what I'm saying. Exactly. Right. 100%. All right. Let's keep on rolling. Let's watch a little more of this.
Were sharp, deliberate, and unmistakable. Calling the U.S. action armed aggression, Russia has drawn a red line around sovereignty, escalation, and global stability. As confusion deepens in Caracas, the diplomatic and military fallout is accelerating. Russia reacted swiftly and forcefully. In a rare early morning statement, Moscow accused the United States of committing an act of armed aggression against Venezuela, condemning the strike and warning that escalation could spiral beyond control. The Russian Foreign Ministry rejected Washington's justification outright, calling it untenable. Moscow said ideological hostility had overtaken diplomacy and that trust, predictability, and pragmatism had been abandoned in favor of force. Russia.
That's hilarious, though. Isn't that hilarious coming from Putin? Oh, trust in diplomacy, ideology had come forward ahead of any cooler, let cooler heads prevail. This is coming from Putin, who annexes Crimea, who invades Ukraine, come on, invades Georgia. Come on. It's insane. It's actually insane. This is actually insane from Putin. Put a 1 in the chat if you think it's insane from Putin to say that. For Putin to be calling for cooler heads and saying diplomacy should reign and not aggression. Put a 1 in the chat if you think it's insane for Putin to say that, please. Because it is cuckoo. A little cuckoo. I agree. Unbelievable. Okay. All right, we're going to move on to this next one. There's another one I have here. Another one. Let's see this. All right. Here we go.
So we've just had a statement from the Russian Foreign Ministry regarding the situation in Venezuela. I just want to bring that to people. They have said in the last few moments, this morning, the United States committed an act of armed aggression against Venezuela. This is a matter of deep concern and condemnation. The pretexts used to justify such actions are unfounded. Ideological hostility has triumphed over business-like pragmatism and a willingness to build relationships of trust and predictability. This statement from the Russian Foreign Ministry is quite long. It goes on to say, in the current situation, it's crucial above all to prevent further escalation and to focus on finding a way through dialogue. We believe that all partners who may have grievances against each other should seek solutions to problems through dialogue. We are ready to support them in this. And they say that Latin America must remain a zone of peace, as it itself declared in 2014. And it does go on, but it basically reaffirms, as they say, their backing of Venezuela and what they describe as their solidarity with the Venezuelan people. Michael, we're going to get various statements, aren't we, coming in over the next few hours from the international community to what is going on. What do you think the reaction might be, and how significant is it what the rest of the world makes of this?
Action, Anna, actually, because although nobody will shed any tears for Maduro, there'll be a great sense of relief that this man, this wicked dictatorship that's been, gripping Venezuela, potentially very rich country that's been reduced to an economic basket case by corruption and incompetence and sheer violence from the government. All of that may now be over. May now be over. And so the world will be very glad about that, I think, generally speaking. But the way it's been achieved, the idea that the United States is involved, even under Donald Trump, in regime change, involuntary regime change is what it comes to, since this has been the result of pressure, military pressure. I think the world will have problems with that. I think everyone will be sort of nuancing their statements very carefully, and even see the Russians are nuancing their statements, saying that they call on the world to be for the world to recognize that the people of Venezuela must seek their own destiny. Honestly, when you look at what the Russians say in the Venezuelan case, and then what you think about what they do in the Ukrainian case, at least you can say that you can't fault them for lack of sense of humor.
Yeah, it's insane, honestly. It is insane what he said, that what they're saying in the Venezuelan case of the Venezuelan people have to find their own way. They have to be free to choose. But what they actually do in the Ukrainian case, it's insane. That it's so nuts. Honestly, they have like zero credibility in the international community for things like this. So I got a new poll up. If you're just joining us right now, we have a new poll. Would Russia launch nuclear attack if U.S. did this to Putin? 53% say yes, 47% say no. Split right down the middle almost right now. So get your vote in. I'd love to see what you guys think. Bernie, will Maduro Epstein himself in jail? I don't think so, because he doesn't know where any of the bodies are buried for powerful U.S. people. Okay, so I don't think so. You know what I mean? It's a great question, though. It's very funny. He will not go the way of Epstein, I don't think. I think he will be alive and well. So really interesting. Wow. Okay, I got some votes in there. A one, lots of ones. Lots of ones. Okay, I appreciate it. Yep, I agree. All right. Let's go ahead and let's watch a little bit more of this right here. Appreciate everybody's support. Remember to like, subscribe, and share, please. It helps out the channel. Every time you like it, it's telling YouTube that we have a good thing going on here. Every time you subscribe, helps to grow the channel, helps me to reach more people, right? It also helped me to get better, even more guests on for my interviews that I do on Mondays. And then just showing support. I really appreciate that. And then also share it. If you think somebody's going to get something out of this, please share with them. And welcome to our community. If you're new here, it's great to have you here. Absolutely awesome. And let's keep on rolling. We got some more for sure. Let's see. We are going to go on now to the Chinese reaction. Let me see here. Actually, yeah, Chinese reaction. We're going to go into that. Let me just find it here. Sorry, guys. There we go. Okay. We are good. All right.
The year of the horse. If we're riding, the perfect union has emerged. Tested at all times, always victorious, and at full speed.
Just a day before U.S. strikes rocked Venezuela and Nicolás Maduro was captured by American forces, China's top envoy to the region was meeting him face-to-face in Caracas. That meeting, held Friday at Miraflores Palace, is now believed to be Maduro's final engagement as Venezuela's president. Leading the Chinese delegation was Qi Shaoqi, Beijing's special representative for Latin American and Caribbean affairs, joined by China's ambassador to Venezuela and senior officials. Maduro welcomed the envoy warmly. "I thank President Xi Jinping for his brotherhood," he said, calling Xi a strong leader for the world. Standing beside him was Vice President and Oil Minister Delcy Rodriguez, a reminder that energy and economics were at the center of the talks. According to Venezuelan officials, the meeting focused on strengthening what they called a new multipolar world order, one less dependent on Washington. Caracas described its partnership with Beijing as unwavering, especially in the face of what it calls unilateral coercive measures imposed by the United States. China has not released its own official readout, but Venezuelan officials said Qi Shaoqi reaffirmed that China and Venezuela are strategic partners to the test. But within hours, the political ground shifted dramatically. Early Saturday, the United States launched strikes across Venezuela, and Nicolás Maduro was arrested by U.S. personnel.
Okay, so we see there that China had just reaffirmed the strategic partnership between China and Venezuela about energy and economics, energy and economy together, oil, all those things like that. As we know, a lot of the ships that we had interdicted were headed to China with ships full of oil for them to keep their economy running, their energy high, all those things. Within hours of that meeting, the U.S. had struck in Venezuela and captured Maduro, and now he's on the USS Iwo Jima heading to the United States. He's been extracted and under arrest, basically. So what is that going to mean for China? Let's hear some of the reactions around for China. Okay, I've got some more things here. Here we go. Let's check this out.
They captured President Maduro. This is, of course, the latest statement that has now come in. China, of course, condemning U.S. strikes on Venezuela. Their spokesperson has put out a statement on Twitter stating that China is deeply shocked by the strikes and strongly condemns the U.S.'s blatant use of force against the sovereign state and action against its president. Of course, the fate of Maduro is currently in limbo. We do know that the United States will be pressing charges against Nicolás Maduro and his wife as well. What will pan out in the next couple of hours remains to be seen. Remember, we are awaiting the press conference by U.S. President Donald Trump at Mar-a-Lago. It's supposed to commence in just about an hour or so. So we will be keeping our eyes peeled for all of these developments very, very closely. But in the meantime, we dip into a quick short break. Stay tuned on NewsX.
Okay, we have that. And now we're going to take a look at this, okay? So we've got what China said after U.S. forces captured President Nicolás Maduro. China is deeply shocked and strongly condemns the U.S.'s blatant use of force against a sovereign state and its actions against its president, Beijing's foreign ministry said in a statement. Now, but Maduro wasn't actually the president. He didn't win the election, right? He wasn't the legitimate ruler of Venezuela, as we know. So is China right here? Doesn't sound like it. Doesn't sound like it to me. Okay? And as a matter of fact, I've got a quick poll question for you guys. Okay? Will China use this to take military action against Taiwan? I'm going to turn it back on you guys. I answered this before, but I'm going to turn it back to you guys. There we go. And we're going to keep on talking about this. All right. So they condemn. China said on Saturday it firmly opposes U.S. military strikes on Venezuela and the capture of the country's leader, Nicolás Maduro, calling it a violation of international law. China is deeply shocked and strongly condemns the U.S. blatant use of force against a sovereign state and its action against its president. Such hegemonic behavior by the U.S. seriously violates international law, infringes upon Venezuela's sovereignty, and threatens peace and security in Latin America and the Caribbean. China firmly opposes it. Okay, that's what we have right now. There it is. So given that, I put up a poll here, guys. And the poll is, will China use this to take military action against Taiwan? Most say no so far, but as we're getting more votes, and please, if you're just joining us, vote in our poll. And the poll is, will China use this event, the capture of Nicolás Maduro, to take military action against Taiwan? 38% say yes right now, 62% say no. 13 votes only. We got a lot of people watching, so jump in there and vote. I want to see what you guys think. Okay? Cody Fisher, what's going on, man? I see you out there. Cody Fisher, PRP, I have to stay somewhat PG. I just want people to notice. I can't be crashing out on Ben's stream. I appreciate it. No crash outs. No crash outs. All support is welcome and appreciated. And all great comments and contributions is awesome. I appreciate you guys. All right. Yeah. Before it was like 80-20, now 40-60, right? Exactly. It's crazy. So keep on voting, guys. I want to see what you guys think. And again, the poll is awesome because it's anonymous. We don't know who's voting where, so it's kind of cool. All right. back on. Let's see here. All right, back in action, I think. Seems like I'm back in action. Guys, give me a fire symbol if you guys can see me. Okay, give me a fire symbol if you guys can see me. I think I lost like half the damn audience. All right, awesome. Just give me a fire symbol if you guys can see me, because something happened where it just I don't know what the hell happened. The signal was lost, and now we're back. So, okay, cool. Good. I'm glad everyone's back. Let's keep on going with this. If you didn't see this, we're going to go back to Keir Starmer at least and see what he has to say. Okay, we lost some of these things. Him being very serious about this whole thing.
Upholding.
Here we go.
Involved and stressed the importance of upholding international law.
Well, I want to establish the facts first. I want to speak to President Trump. I want to speak to allies. As I say, I can be absolutely clear that we were not involved in that. And as you know, I always say and believe we should all uphold international law. But I think at this stage, fast-moving situation, let's establish the facts and take it from there. Yeah, there's about 500 there in Venezuela. And we're working with the embassy to make sure that they are well looked after, safeguarded, and get appropriate advice. So we're working at pace with the embassy on that. It is a small number, but it's an important number. It is about 500, and so that's what we're doing there.
The European Union said it was closely monitoring developments and called for restraint. Germany said it was closely following the situation and coordinating with its embassy in Caracas. Italy said it was monitoring the crisis closely, focusing on the safety of its citizens. International reaction continues as the situation in Venezuela remains fluid and highly volatile.
Heroic people of Venezuela, soldiers of the homeland, sons and daughters of Bolivar. The Bolivarian National Armed Forces would like to formally inform the entire world that in the very early hours of today, January 3rd, the Venezuelan people have unfortunately been subjected to what can only be described as the most criminal and completely unjustifiable military aggression by the government of the United States of America. So far, the ruthless and shocking barbarity of the invading forces that have desecrated our sacred soil in the areas of Fort Tiuna, the capital city of Caracas, and the states of Miranda, Aragua, and La Guaira, have even struck civilian residential areas with devastating missiles and powerful rockets fired from their heavily armed combat helicopters. We are currently in the process of gathering and verifying information regarding the wounded and the dead. In the face of this vile, reprehensible, and cowardly assault, which so gravely threatens the peace, security, and overall stability of the entire region, we hereby raise and express the strongest and most unequivocal denunciation before the international community, as well as all relevant multilateral organizations, so that the government of the United States of America is publicly and formally condemned for its blatant, flagrant, and egregious grave violation of the United Nations Charter and international law. Free, independent, and sovereign Venezuela firmly rejects, with all the strength and unwavering resolve of its libertarian history, the presence of these foreign troops, who have brought nothing but death, pain, and destruction in their wake. This invasion represents the greatest outrage the country has ever suffered, driven by the insatiable greed for our strategic resources. Far from being a supposed and so-called fight against narcoterrorism, this utterly deplorable and reprehensible action seeks to forcefully impose a definitive and irreversible regime change and to subject us all to the spurious, illegitimate, and self-serving designs of North American imperialism, trampling upon the sacred, inalienable, and non-negotiable right to self-determination, for which our heroic liberators bravely fought, and we are now called upon to defend with the same unwavering dignity, courage, and determination. That is why, in this dark and challenging hour, I invoke the unwavering courage and determination we inherited from the brave liberators.
All right, guys. So, and first of all, please remember to like, subscribe, and share. I apologize for the sudden technical difficulties we had, but please like, subscribe, and share. Help out the channel a lot. And if you can subscribe, it would mean a lot to me. And please smash that like button. We want to spread the good word, get the algorithm going. There's a lot to talk about here. So I also want you guys to make sure you're responding to this poll. The latest poll is, based upon what you've learned today, was this the right decision to capture Maduro? We've got 67% so far say yes. I've got 33% say no, 15 votes. I got a lot more people watching. So let's go ahead and fire this chat up, okay? And let me ask you this. If you think we are done, if we're done with military operations, okay? If we're done with Venezuelan military operations, I want you to put a 1 in the chat. If you think military operations are done, put a 1 in the chat. If you think that we are going to do more military operations, put an X in the chat. A 1 if you think military operations are done in Venezuela. If you think there are going to be more military operations, put an X in the chat. Okay, I want to see what you guys think about this, but let's fire it up. Yeah, we had a poll earlier, disruptive applications. We talked about Epstein files earlier and saying, was this a destruction? Scroll up, you'll see. Was this a distraction from the Epstein files? Scroll up and you'll see we had a poll about it today. But, you know, that's it. That's part of it. So I want to see what you guys think about with that. But again, put a 1 in the chat if you think that we are done with military operations in Venezuela, and put an X if you think this is just the beginning and we're going to do more. All right. Tim Burke, what's up, man? Yep, Mark, needs to end here. Well, it's one thing needs to end here, but then the other question is, will it end here? Are we going to do more? Yep. All right. Everybody, I appreciate you guys hanging in there with me. Please remember to like, subscribe, and share. And as always, I appreciate your time. You guys being here with me today. Friggin' awesome having you. Been definitely a great time. Put any questions you guys have in the chat. I'm here. I'm open and ready to answer some questions you guys have. And make sure you respond to the poll as well, too. Yep, 1 if the citizens behave, X if they rise up. Well, good point. Good point. And maybe if the military steps down, right? That could be it. Right now, the poll is based upon what you've learned today. Was this the right decision to capture Maduro? I've got 65% say yes, 35% say no. And if you're new here, welcome. Great to have you. Okay. And I am going to see if there's some more breaking stuff. But put your questions in the chat. You guys have any questions for me? And actually, we've got something that just broke. Very interesting here. Let's check this out. Look at what I've found right here. Okay, Maduro has just arrived in New York. Check this out. Apparently, that's where Maduro is right now. He's just arrived in New York. Interesting. And again, put any questions you guys have in the chat. I appreciate it, Disruptive. You're heading back to UA in 2 weeks. Okay. I appreciate you popping in, man. Thank you. Well, Diamond Dog, you might be right. You might be right. They might try to win the hearts and minds. I don't know, though. We're going to see. Let's see. That's where he is right now. All right, let's see what else we got. Anything else come out? Here's some things that are coming out. All right, let's share this one really quickly. Guys, any questions you have, put it in the chat. I'm going to address your questions, okay?
News Nation's Kelly Meyer is here with us in studio. And Kelly, China, who is a direct ally of Venezuela, but has had close relationships with Caracas over the years anyway, is now responding, right?
Yeah, and that was one we were watching for. We weren't sure if we were going to hear from them today, even on this. But it's interesting, too, because China is the largest importer of Venezuelan oil. And President Trump was saying that, the U.S. is going to be taking control of Venezuelan oil reserves. And this is what China had to say in reaction. We have this statement. China is deeply shocked by and strongly condemns the U.S. blatant use of force against a sovereign state and action against its president. Such homogenic acts of the U.S. seriously violate international law and Venezuela's sovereignty and threaten peace and security in Latin America and the Caribbean region. China firmly opposes it. We call on the U.S. to abide by international law and the purposes and principles of the UN Charter and stop violating other countries' sovereignty and security. We did just hear from White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt just this hour saying that the president is following through on what he promised on the campaign trail, saying that he did exactly what he said he was going to do. Trump explicitly promised, she says, that he would work to demolish foreign drug cartels to keep our citizens safe. And that's exactly what he did today through an unprecedented display of speed, precision, and power. And today, Hegseth praised Trump's action. I want to play a bit of what he had to say as well. Take a listen.
Nicolás Maduro had his chance, just like Iran had their chance, until they didn't and until he didn't. He effed around and he found out.
And that was kind of playing on what the president had said back in October, basically warning Maduro. And he's been really broadcasting openly warnings to Maduro for quite a long time. And even just yesterday, we know that Maduro had met with a special envoy for China's President Xi Jinping just hours before this operation. Also interesting to note, Russia, we are hearing that they are also condemning this along with China.
Not surprising, right?
Exactly. And Russia also had that oil tanker that the U.S. was chasing after just last week. They put it under its registry, so that would make it harder for the U.S. to seize. Russia's also calling for that full meeting of the UN Security Council as soon as possible.
Okay, and the UN chief has spoken out against this as well, saying it.
Again, it's laughable. It's laughable that Russia has anything to say, honestly. But of course they do. They want to throw any shade they can our way that distracts everyone from their millions of people that they have caused to die and killed in Ukraine and in Russia. It's just nuts, okay? So absolutely insane. Guys, put your questions in the chat for me. If you're just joining us now, we've been covering this whole Nicolás Maduro being captured and getting the international reaction. Also, we did a deep dive on President Trump's comments for his speech from Mar-a-Lago and U.S. officials as well, too, from this military action and what it means, why it matters to you, what it's going to mean, what's coming next as well, too, we discussed. But go ahead, and I appreciate you liking, subscribing, and sharing. Don't forget to subscribe. It means a lot to me. Helps out the channel a lot. And also, if you can smash that like button, it sends a good message to YouTube that we got a good thing going on here. I appreciate you. I appreciate you for doing that. Thank you. And if you can think of somebody, if you know somebody who you think might be interested in this, go ahead and share it with them so we can get them involved and get them in here as well, too. Well, there is a lot going on, and there's a lot to consider. And so I want to answer your questions, though, guys, before I drive on something else. If we have any questions, don't forget to answer our poll and go ahead and vote in our poll. And the poll right now is based upon what you've learned today. Was this the right decision to capture Maduro? 66% say yes now, 34% say no. Okay, I have 29 votes. I'm going to go ahead and close that poll out. It's great to have all you guys here today. It's awesome spending this time with you here and covering this together, but we're not done. There's a lot out there right now. Here's something we have pretty funny. We have the call from the Venezuelan Venezuelan vice president right now is calling for the immediate release of Maduro. I mean, what else is she going to do, right? Also seeing there's some things about Venezuelans very happy about Maduro's overthrow. Let's go ahead and put this on. I think this will be something to see. Okay. And go ahead and put your questions in the chat, guys. If you have any questions for me, put them in the chat. I'll be sure to answer them.
Daniel DiMartino. He's a Venezuelan immigrant and Manhattan Institute fellow. Nice to see you. Thanks for being here. You said you have extended family in Venezuela, and one of your friends actually experienced an explosion close to her windows. Even
so well, the U.S. attacked many military bases, and the blows were so hard that some windows in the residential adjacent areas broke because of the strength of the explosion. But I can tell you that people are very happy about it, because Venezuelans are tired of 26 years of a regime that forced nearly 1/3 of us to leave our country.
Yes.
I mean, this is why I have no immediate relatives in Venezuela, because we all ended up leaving in the last 10 years. And many people want to go back. Many people want to visit back. You know how many friends and family I have, their loved ones, that if I were to step foot in the Venezuelan International Airport, I would be arrested because of the regime's persecution. And we want our country back. And so we're very happy about what President Trump did.
Yeah, and look, if you go back to your neighborhood, you're not going to recognize it, are you? Explain what this would feel like for an American who, we've never had to deal with anything like that. We're counting our blessings that we're born in the zip codes that we have been. What's this all been like for you?
Well, imagine that you have the life that you currently have. Imagine that you have a car. Imagine that you go to a regular school. Imagine that you shop at your Walmart, and then suddenly there's something that disappears from the grocery store, then you have to line up for essential items. Then inflation rises to not 10% a year, but 10% a day, and then 1,000,000% a year. And so you become extremely poor. Like my family, we went from making a few $1,000s a month in the early 2000s to making $100 a month in 2016. I had to put my fingerprint in a scanning machine so that the government could tell me what I was allowed to purchase. That is what socialism is in Venezuela. And so, of course, the Venezuelan people oppose Maduro. And of course, we're very happy about his overthrow.
Mm-hmm. And what do you think about the democratic socialists in this country that are picking up steam?
Well, I unfortunately read earlier before this segment the statement of Mayor Zohran Mamdani, saying that he actually condemns the attack and that he's thinking of all the Venezuelan New Yorkers. Well, as a Venezuelan who lives in the New York City area, I can tell you we do not stand with Mayor Mamdani. We stand with what President Trump did against the Maduro regime. And I think it's shameful for New York City's mayor to stand with a dictator, right? This is the mayor who says he wants to arrest Bibi Netanyahu. But then when we actually arrest an indicted criminal, which is Maduro, and he's going to be tried here, he condemns it?
Well.
Whoa, the plot thickens. Whoa, I had not known that. I like this guy. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. So put it in the chat. Put it in the chat if you agree with this young man here. I don't know his name. Okay, the young Venezuelan guy here who says that he totally disagrees with Mamdani. Is Mamdani right? Or let me say, no, put this in the chat. Give me a 1 in the chat if Mamdani's wrong to condemn President Trump on this action publicly as the mayor of New York. Should he maybe just keep his mouth shut? I mean, that bothers me. So put this in the chat. Give me a 1 in the chat if you think Mamdani should keep his mouth shut. Okay? Or if you think, let me say that, instead of saying that, if you think Mamdani is wrong, if you think Mamdani is wrong for condemning President Trump about this capture of Nicolás Maduro, put a 1 in the chat, okay? I think he is. I'm telling you, that's where I stand. I think it's wrong. He should keep his mouth shut, okay? He should keep his mouth shut, do his job, which is New York City. And like this guy's saying, Mamdani's saying all these things, and now all of a sudden we capture Maduro, and he's condemning the attack. It's scary stuff, honestly. Okay, a 2 means you think it's okay. Okay, so yeah, and if you think he shouldn't keep his mouth shut, if you think he shouldn't, if you think it's okay for him to condemn it, give me a 2. That's good initiative. If you think he should condemn it, or he should be allowed to say whatever the hell he wants, put a 2. But I'm saying for me, if you think he should not condemn this, if it's wrong for him to condemn it against President Trump, put a 1. If you think it's right for him to condemn it, or it's okay for him to condemn it, put a 2. Okay? Anything other than he should keep his mouth shut, basically, put a 1. Okay? I just like, what in the world? If anyone, I'd like to see Maria. Yeah, that's what exactly, Lisa. That's what their plan is, I think, to have her. But I think, didn't she win the election? Isn't she the rightfully elected president of Venezuela? I think so. All right, let's listen.
Indicted criminal, which is Maduro, and he's going to be tried here. He condemns it? Well, seems like a double standard there.
I can tell you have a bit of a visceral reaction about Maduro as well. If we can put up that picture of him that Trump has posted on True Social and his matching sweatsuit there, what are your thoughts when you see this image?
It makes me so happy. It's one of the happiest days of my life. He was challenging Trump a month ago saying, you're a coward, come and take me. Well, he came and took you. Now, welcome to the United States, and we're going to see you for trial here in New York City, and I look very much forward to lining up in that court to attend.
Yeah, look,
wow.
America.
I like this kid. Wow, I did not hear that. I did not know that Maduro was challenging Trump a month ago, saying, "Yeah, you want me? Come get me." Okay, well, he came, got you. Now what? Oh, damn, he did F around and find out. He did F around and he found out. F around, find out. Wow. Tim Burke, it's America. He can say whatever he wants, even if it's dubious and wrong. It won't age well for him. I agree. I don't like it, though, Tim. I still don't like it. The mayor is a spoiled brat. 100, yes, but Maduro cut off elections. She was winning by a wide margin. Let me see. Yep. Let's see. Okay. Let's watch a little bit more. I like this guy.
Americans woke up this morning to the news, watching all of it unfold here on Morning in America, and then with Kelly Meyer and here with me now. And they were anxiously awaiting to hear from President Trump more about not just the attacks that happened and being able to pluck Maduro out of there and putting him on the warship on the way here, but what's next, right? What's next? So what do you want? You hear Trump saying in that press conference addressing the nation that the United States is effectively running Venezuela right now. How do you feel about that?
Well, I have no issue with that. I think it would be great for the United States to guarantee a peaceful transition. My understanding, though, and my goal really of what needs to happen is we want Venezuela to be a democratic country again, to be a free country. We already have an elected president, which is Edmundo Gonzalez, who won the election last year. He's the one who should be in charge eventually. And then Maria Corina.
Okay. Edmundo Gonzalez is the actually democratically elected president of Venezuela who has not been allowed to take power by Maduro. I like this guy, this Daniel DiMartino. Very sharp. Wow. He should be the president over there, maybe. Incredible. Okay, let's go.
Corina Machado, she's the opposition leader. She's the most popular person. I know her. I think she's a great leader. She is somebody who is committed ideologically to freedom of enterprise, to privatizing the oil industry, to taking care of America's interest.
Yeah.
And so that's what I hope for Venezuela's future.
Daniel, we're out of time, but where would you be without the United States today?
I would probably be much thinner living in Venezuela if I hadn't been able to come to the United States. So I'm very, very grateful for this country. And I'm very, very grateful for President Trump, Secretary Rubio, and Hegseth for what they did today.
Well, we hope that your loved ones that are still there, the few that are still there, are doing okay. Thanks for being here.
Thank you.
Daniel DiMartino, thank you.
Wow. All right. Well, I'll tell you what. That's pretty incredible. And you guys are pretty incredible. I appreciate all of you so much. And thank you for being here. Guys, if you have any last-minute questions, I'm going to hit them right now, okay? Because it is about that time where we are out of time. And for this Benathon, this emergency session of the Benathon, I did not think it would go this early today. I thought I was going to do a nighttime session and actually talk probably about Iran, mostly, about President Trump threatening to go in and deal with the Iranians if they shot their protesters. But if we have any last-minute questions here, you guys hit me up. If not, we're going to take a look at our poll. Do you think most Venezuelans are happy about Maduro being overthrown? 76% say yes, 24% say no. Okay, 25 votes. I appreciate you guys voting. We're going to close that out. All right. I appreciate you guys being here for this Benathon. For this, if you're new here, please like, please subscribe, please share. And after I post it, please add a comment. Give me some feedback. I'd appreciate it. As long as it's good feedback. No, I'm just kidding. But I appreciate you guys. Remember to hit the like button and subscribe. It costs you nothing, but really helps out the channel, helps me out. I'd appreciate that. But as always, everyone, it's great to have you here with me today. I really appreciate it. If you're new to the channel, welcome. Wonderful to have you. We've got a really cool chat. I think we have the best chat on YouTube. Very, really smart people, very supportive, very cool, and no drama. We don't really tolerate any drama in this chat. So I appreciate you guys policing each other and being super supportive of me and of this. And as I always say, make yourselves better, make the world better. We will see what happens with Venezuela. We will talk again possibly later tonight. Maybe I'll go live again later on, depending on what develops, okay? But for sure, I will be live tomorrow at 4 p.m. It will be our mindset portion and our leadership portion tomorrow. It'll be fantastic. 4 p.m. Eastern time, going live again. Please be there. Check in with me. Make yourselves better. Make the world better. Have an amazing, amazing weekend and Saturday night. Believe in yourselves. I believe in you, and go get yours. Let's go. Thank you so much, everybody. I will see you soon. I really appreciate your support. Take care.